Okay.
The residents speak from their seats.
Well, you mean they'll come up?
No, they don't need to come up. They can speak from their seats.
Okay.
So,
Yes, please. I guess it's first come, first serve, so, yeah. Mayor, it's nice to meet you. Actually, just sit here, it's a lot cleaner.
Gina,
Yes, sir.
what we're going to do is bring them in one by one.
Okay.
For the photo op.
All right, okay. Okay, we've got a little change in plans. The mayors who are in this panel are going to sit up front, and we'll call them one by one since we do not have enough seats, apparently. Seems like we have an abundance of empty seats, just not where we need them. If you all have your program, I'll call the mayors based on the individual, the list here, okay? That makes sense, guys. We're set. Are you Maria?
Maria Jose.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
We are heading into this session. It's 120 minutes. 10 human beings are going to get to speak for 10 minutes. So if we could come to order, that would be lovely.
So tell them. So the mayors, you're speaking from your seats? No.
We're actually going to have them come up.
Ah, okay.
We have our first one up here, so this is good. All right, if we could get started, I would appreciate it. And the first thing I want to let everyone know is that we do have 10-minute windows, so we're going to really ask you to be as careful as you can about keeping to timing, because we happen to have just 2 sessions that both myself and Michael are working on to bring together the voice of subnational advisors and climate leaders. And this is an exciting moment. So first of all, I'm Gina McCarthy, and I have the pleasure of chairing the first of these 2 sessions that's focused on subnational leadership and action, and Michael will take over with me on the sides so that we can keep this moving forward. But this particular session is called In the Front Lines, Climate Hotspots. And we have a panel of leaders from all across the world who will frankly share their experiences and their efforts and their commitment to ensure their communities are resilient in the face of our changing climate, and hopefully learn from one another and understand how each one of us can be acting with as much creativity and resolve as we need to address what we know is the existential challenge of our time. So let me remind you again, we have 9 mayors, 1 governor, and 1 deputy minister, that each of them will have 10 minutes to speak. But before I call on them, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, even though that may only be available in the United States of America. I am going to both thank Marcelo and Ram, because we owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Their efforts have been absolutely superhuman. And so I really just have to commend them for bringing such wonderful people together to focus on an issue that I think will be the moment of our time, the issue of our time. So let's recommend that we be careful about the timing. But, you know, I just want to begin by saying that, you know, I've been in government for 45 years. Now, I realize I only look like I'm 32 years old, but I have really seen that the one thing I know about government is that change does not happen at the federal level. I've worked for 2 communities, 6 individual governors and 2 presidents. It starts at the local level. This is where change happens. This is where you test new theories, policies, ideas. And once those get baked enough, the federal government will jump in and say they thought of it first and they're going to move it forward. And so that's what we're looking to do, is just get excited about this stuff, because we're dealing with a shift to clean energy that is going to be enormously beneficial. So what we're going to learn from the subnational level is 2 things. What's the best and brightest things you're doing to protect your communities? And secondly, how are you talking about it? How are you sharing it? How are you building the collaboration, the constituency base that will really drive this to the pace and scale that climate change demands? That's what we have to figure out. And so I'm excited to be here. I think this is a moment in time. I also want you to realize that I am the most optimistic human being in this place. And no matter what you say, I will still be when I leave. And I'm going to be there for another 42 years or so. Because I think we already know the answers. I think we have the technologies, the products, and the practices that we actually need to tackle climate change. What we do not have yet is the resolve. What we do not have yet is our global as well as our subnational engagement. So we can all get excited about those opportunities, because when you shift to clean energy, you save families money. So stop talking to them about greenhouse gases. Talk about saving money. Talk about clean air and how many individuals' lives could be spared if we shift to clean energy. Talk about the workers that we're going to put to work. If we do that, we will make the change that we want to make. So that's what today is all about. We're going to talk about the hotspots, but also the great work that individual mayors, local leaders have to play that is really going to move climate action forward. And let's start with the Honorable Maria Jose Catala, the mayor of Valencia, Spain.
Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Hablaré en español. Soy la representante de la única ciudad española que asiste a esta cumbre y la verdad es que estoy muy honrada y muy agradecida a la Santa Sede por su sensibilidad y en especial al Papa Francisco por su liderazgo y por su compromiso. La verdad es que la buena muestra de este compromiso y de ese liderazgo es que en los últimos años el Vaticano se ha adherido a la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París, lo que muestra una gran sensibilidad y un gran liderazgo que nos debe inspirar. Y yo he de agradecer tanto a la Santa Sede como al Papa Francisco y también a los organizadores que nos hayan conjurado hoy aquí, a los alcaldes, a los gobernadores, para seguir hablando de esta cuestión tan importante y para poner en el centro de la agenda de las grandes ciudades la preocupación por el medio ambiente. Miren, ¿por qué está Valencia aquí? Valencia es la tercera ciudad de España en número de población, pero el hecho de que hayamos venido nosotros a esta cumbre tiene una explicación, y es que en el año 2024 Valencia es capital verde europea. Ha sido elegida como la capital verde de toda Europa por una historia muy bonita que yo quiero contarles. En el año 1957, en octubre concretamente, mi ciudad sufrió un fenómeno natural, una riada. Un río, el río Turia, atravesaba la ciudad. Murieron centenares de personas y además el agua llegó a los más de 5 metros de altura, con lo cual negocios, viviendas, hogares se vieron arrasados. En ese momento la ciudad tenía que tomar una decisión. La decisión que tomó fue cambiar el cauce del río, cambiarlo y desplazarlo. Y tuvimos que tomar como ciudadanos una decisión sobre qué hacer con el antiguo cauce del río. Pudo ser una autopista, podía haberse transformado en una autopista, pero decidimos que no fuera una autopista. Hoy es el mayor parque lineal de Europa. 10 kilómetros cuadrados de zona verde, parques, zona vivible, saludable, que es una columna de toda la ciudad. Está en el centro de la ciudad y atraviesa toda la ciudad. Esa historia de éxito del año 57 hasta aquí, junto con el privilegio de tener uno de los lugares más maravillosos del mundo, que es reserva, que queremos que sea reserva de la biosfera, que es la Albufera, que es un lago de agua dulce al lado de nuestro mar Mediterráneo, nos ha convertido en una referencia en Europa sobre sostenibilidad. Por eso hoy Valencia está aquí, porque somos capital verde europea. Y sentimos clarísimamente la responsabilidad que tenemos. Hemos de marcar en este año políticas, estrategias y seguir apostando, como han hecho nuestros padres, en buenas decisiones como la que se tomó en su día en la Riada. Así que les diré que sentimos esa responsabilidad, pero también sabemos el territorio en el que vivimos. Somos la primera ciudad mediterránea que ostenta la capitalidad verde europea. Y, por tanto, nuestro mar Mediterráneo tan querido ha de ser uno de los ejes más importantes de nuestra transformación. Tenemos que intentar cuidar el Mediterráneo, los mares y los océanos. Y en ese sentido queremos liderar esa transformación adoptando medidas para proteger a las especies y recuperarlas, para limpiar nuestros mares, para evitar vertidos y para evitar también el plástico contaminante. Como somos la primera ciudad capital verde del Mediterráneo, tomamos ese mandato de ser los que levantemos la bandera por nuestros mares y por nuestros océanos. Porque mi ciudad, que tiene agricultura de kilómetro cero, que tiene maravillosos arrozales, que tiene la mayor agricultura periurbana prácticamente de toda España, tiene la obligación también de cuidar la alimentación saludable, los productos de kilómetro cero y hacer viable la agricultura. Porque podemos hablar de kilómetro cero y de alimentos saludables, pero no lo será si no hacemos viable la agricultura y el cultivo. Y esa es una de las cuestiones que también tenemos que abordar. En ese testimonio, esta mañana le he regalado al Papa Francisco un árbol, un naranjo, porque somos tierra de arroz y de naranjo, que hemos adoptado desde el Ayuntamiento de Valencia, haciendo una estrategia de crowdfunding durante 3 años y que su cultivo se remitirá aquí al Vaticano. Esas estrategias de sostenibilidad agrícola, de ayudar a la economía y al cultivo, tienen que seguir proliferando en nuestras ciudades, en nuestras estrategias, en nuestro día a día. Además, queremos seguir siendo la despensa mediterránea, apostar por esa agricultura de calidad, trasladar la responsabilidad a las futuras generaciones de que es importante el cultivo, la agricultura, de que es importante cuidarla. Y queremos también ser muy eficientes en la gestión del agua. Somos muy conscientes de la escasez de agua, muy conscientes de la escasez de recursos naturales. El agua no es infinita y, por tanto, tenemos que hacer muy buenas políticas de reutilización del agua para riego, de potabilización. Nosotros tenemos una muy buena capa freática y tenemos agua de subsuelo que utilizamos en este momento para todo el riego de parques, porque hemos de hacer una buena gestión del agua. Y además vamos a ganar en los próximos años 355.000 metros de zonas verdes más para la ciudad. Queremos alcanzar una meta, que es que nuestros ciudadanos tengan al menos 10 metros cuadrados cada uno de ellos de zonas verdes. Nos hemos planteado ese objetivo, podía haber sido otro, pero queremos que cada vecino y vecina de nuestra ciudad tenga 10 metros cuadrados al menos de zona verde en su ciudad. Permítame finalizar diciendo que la sostenibilidad aplicada al transporte urbano es una de las grandes patatas calientes de todos los alcaldes, sobre todo la de las grandes urbes. Tenemos que intentar no solo apostar por el transporte eléctrico e híbrido, que lo tenemos que hacer, gestionar un muy buen transporte público en las ciudades. Tenemos que intentar mejorar las ayudas para que los ciudadanos vean accesible esos vehículos que son menos contaminantes, de la mano de la aplicación de las zonas de bajas emisiones, pero ha de ir de la mano. Tenemos que ayudar a la gente a cambiarse su vehículo si queremos aplicar las zonas de bajas emisiones, porque si no, les estamos diciendo que para algunos de ellos es imposible cumplir. Y eso es injusto. Eso es injusto. Además, tenemos que intentar mejorar el autoconsumo energético. Y en ese sentido les contaré que tenemos un plan de instalaciones fotovoltaicas en espacios públicos y en espacios verdes para generar energía 100% renovable y abastecer todos los servicios municipales. Pero si de algo me siento muy orgullosa es de que vamos a tener la planta fotovoltaica más grande urbana de Europa, con la que vamos a ayudar a 800 familias vulnerables, porque la instalamos para obtener energía para ayudar a unas 800 familias que en este momento están en situación de pobreza o riesgo en materia energética, que no pueden pagar la luz y que no pueden pagar el agua. Con esto, y termino, estamos uniendo lo que nos ha dicho el Papa, sostenibilidad y equidad social, porque no podemos avanzar en sostenibilidad si no mejoramos la equidad social. Por eso avanzaremos en un plan de acción de vulnerabilidad energética para proteger del corte de suministros energéticos con el pago de facturas a nuestros ciudadanos que no puedan asumir ese coste, con el seguimiento personalizado de algunos hogares y, como les he dicho, con la instalación de la planta fotovoltaica más grande de Europa en suelo urbano, que ayudará a esas 800 familias. También abriremos espacios climáticos en la ciudad, porque no somos inmunes ni ajenos al estrés climático que todos sufrimos y vivimos. Y crearemos patios escolares seguros, porque pensamos que los patios de los colegios en verano son buenas zonas para protegerse del calor. Y también tenemos que hacer uso de todo lo que tengamos. Finalizo. Creo que hay algo muy importante que compartimos todos los que estamos aquí. Debemos poner a las personas en el centro de nuestras decisiones, siempre. En esto también, siempre. Y por eso les digo que si el Santo Padre en su discurso en la cumbre del clima de Dubái advirtió, ahora más que nunca, el futuro de todos depende del hoy que escojamos, tenemos que seguir también su referencia cuando dice hemos de dejar atrás las divisiones y unir fuerzas. La sostenibilidad no es una cuestión de ideologías y no es una cuestión que no va por barrios, ni por territorios, ni por países, ni por estados. La sostenibilidad nos afecta a todos, nos preocupa a todos, nos incumbe a todos y todos debemos de estar juntos en ello. Así que como servidores públicos, como servidora pública y como miembro de este grupo de colegas comprometidos con el futuro de nuestros niños y de nuestras ciudades, les quiero dar las gracias a los organizadores por conjurarnos aquí, en el Vaticano, en el lugar adecuado. Gracias por unir sostenibilidad y justicia social y por ayudarnos a poner a las personas siempre en el centro de nuestras políticas públicas. Gracias.
That was wonderful. I say she wears what she says, green. It's a great color. But thank you so much. I mean, in the end, maybe I'll get a chance to summarize some of these things, but I mean, the outline that you provided is a great opportunity for us to understand just how much mayors that care about their communities can do for their communities, as well as for the community we all share. So let me next reach out to the Honorable Takahura Yamanaka, the mayor of Yokohama, Japan. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, I'm the first one to use PowerPoint slides today. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, mayors and governors, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is my great honor to join in this conference and to share the initiatives of our city, Yokohama, which is the largest city, largest municipality in Japan. My message today is, next. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, my message today is simple. Citizen empowerment, city governments convening power. These two are very important for societal transformation, raised in the protocol that we will discuss later. Firstly, let me give you an example of how Yokohama, our city, is successful in empowering nearly 4 million citizens. Between 2001 and 2010, our city succeeded in reducing household waste by 43%, by almost half, despite the population growth during that period. This tremendous reduction of waste, followed by the reduction of CO2, was achieved by applying new waste separation, as shown on the right. Why we succeeded in applying this complex way of separation? The solution was partnering with citizen empowerment. In our city, neighborhood volunteer clubs are very active to improve their communities. For example, they engage in voluntary activities for each residential area, such as safety patrol for kids, daily cleaning of streets and parks, etc. And surprisingly, there are more than 2,800 volunteer clubs, and we understand the city is supported on volunteer club basis substantially. The neighborhood clubs are also the pivotal driving force for waste management. In fact, the volunteer clubs are well motivated, and they participate in cleaning and managing of 75,000 waste collection points across whole Yokohama, huge number. City government, on the other hand, hosted 15,000 workshops for residents on how to separate household waste in close collaboration with volunteer clubs. The combination of the community power and the government passion like this enabled a behavioral change of residents, resulting in reducing waste by almost half. So currently, we have introduced more detailed separation of plastic waste in order to increase plastic product recycling. The new way of separation will contribute to 15% CO2 decrease from plastic incineration by next year. We are now reducing CO2 from plastic product quickly by borrowing citizen empowerment again. I believe that empowering citizens is the key to societal transformation with behavioral change toward carbon neutrality. Next, let's take a look at how city government is working with business sectors. Firstly, let me introduce our initiatives on the center of Yokohama, named MM21 District. The MM21 District is a cluster of large companies with about 200 hectares, 130,000 working population, and 80 million annual visitors. Notably, it accounts for 10% of business sector's energy consumption in the city. Well, we are now expecting 100% decarbonization of this district, complete decarbonization, in upcoming 5 years by working aggressively with the business sector here. So in 5 years, this district is going to be a unique model in the world on the complete decarbonization of urban area. And this is a selected good story, but the reality is we have to tackle on small and medium enterprises, SMEs, urgently. Well, 70% of carbon emissions come from businesses, and 99% of businesses are SMEs, but 60% of SMEs are still not doing climate change actions. This is the reality. This is because SMEs are challenged by their limited expertise and limited fundings for decarbonization. So there is urgent need to boost a large number of SMEs to action. So here is where the city government steps in. The current fraction of SMEs with climate change action remains at 40%, like I said. We are boosting this fraction to 60% in only 2 years. This corresponds to a 20% increase in 2 years, which needs 14,000 companies in Yokohama. We are dispatching city officers to SMEs in order to provide city-involved support. The menu of city-involved support is, firstly, we publicize registered companies, prioritize in city biddings, provide energy diagnosis followed by a detailed consultation for facilities, and provide subsidy for capital investment. Through sure and steady efforts like this, we are seeking to have most SMEs joining the climate action by 2027. I believe city government has convening power to bring SMEs together to go green. Lastly, I will talk about partnering with Asian cities. For over 10 years, Yokohama has established partnership with Asian cities. For example, we are supporting them to formulate climate change action plans. Also, environmental technologies are being introduced in those cities. As just one example of our support, let me show you the case of Mandaue in Metro Cebu, Philippines. Final waste disposal has been a significant challenge for Mandaue City. Yokohama has continuously provided expertise that helped Mandaue to increase waste separation and plastic recycling. As a result, annual waste was reduced by over 4,500 tons in year 2023, enabling around 3,000 ton decrease in carbon emissions. After these initiatives in Asia repeatedly, last November, representatives from 44 cities and governmental organizations across Asia gathered in Yokohama. Mayors, governors, city officers from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, etc. gathered in Yokohama and issued Yokohama Declaration toward carbon neutrality with them. And following this declaration, Yokohama and Bangkok will co-host a climate change workshop in Bangkok next month. We will continue to lead Asia on the way to zero carbon society. Okay. Finally, let me finish my talk by reaffirming Yokohama's commitment to achieving inclusive growth for the well-being of all people around the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation and very varied. Okay. So it was an opportunity to really hear about the things you're doing for individual families, for workers, and the business community work is quite startling. It was very great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, next is Mayor Harris Dukas from Athens, Greece. I feel like this is Let's Make a Deal. Come on up. You're the next contestant, huh? Oh, that's The Price is Right. I'm sorry. Hi, Mayor.
Hello.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for this great event, this summit, Climate Summit, and it's a really honor and pleasure to be here as a mayor of Athens. Newly elected, I'm on board 6 months, and previously I was a professor at the National Technical University of Athens, Greece, energy and climate policy professor, so allow me to say a few introductory things, and then I will speak as a professor, as a mayor, so I'm always a professor, but also as a mayor. So the climate system is breaking down. There is a silver lining. If there is a silver lining amidst the climate crisis, that would be that we are way past the denial era. That inaction is no longer a concern. Today, almost everyone agrees that we need to act. We heard that from all colleagues today. Acting, however, can take many forms. And it has taken many forms since government started to realize how our economic model has been impacting the climate, and we are in front of great challenges. In its early stages, when we were discussing about the Kyoto Protocol with its legally binding targets at the country level, we all understood, and we are now sure we can highlight that in fact working on a country level only with governments seems to be ineffective. Working with top-down approaches also seems to be really difficult to achieve tangible results. This is why, with the Paris Agreement, we green-lighted a more bottom-up paradigm, giving ways to new norms, kick-starting multi-level climate governance, and enabling the environment for subnational actors like mayors and local actors and leaders to do their fair share in the climate fight. And this is why I think that cities are now at the forefront of the race to tackle climate crisis. It is not a coincidence that the scientific community, through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is focusing predominantly on cities in its new cycle. Also, a quick look at the other side of the Atlantic may attest to that. After the US withdrew from the Paris Agreement back in 2017, and before the Biden administration rejoining
That
the accord.
actually never happened. I'm just kidding. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I just don't like to admit it.
So, yes, but it was crucial, though, that then many cities like California and others were encouraged to join the fight, to be heard, to innovate, to accelerate transatlantic action and ambitions. And they might just as well have to take the reins again, depending on the political developments later this year. So,
You're
despite,
killing me here. You're just
Okay.
killing me.
I'm just trying to be realistic, okay? So, despite the cost and ambitious stance of the European Union in the climate race, European cities must also put up a fierce fight. Both severely hit by recent extremes and disproportionately prone to climate change, Athens is no exception. In fact, in Athens, the Greek capital, we are at the front of the bloc's climate neutrality objective by participating already in the EU missions for 100 climate neutral smart cities by 2030. We are, of course, aware of our responsibility. We know that the stakes are high, and we have stepped up. And within the first 100 days of our administration, we have already established an energy poverty management office to tackle energy poverty with already 60 experts, highly trained, certified, which have already started identifying vulnerable households and helping them to reduce their energy costs. We have lifted all unnecessary bureaucratic difficulties and barriers for installing solar photovoltaics at public schools and municipal buildings. We have wrapped up the installation of new charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. We have prioritized the municipality's circular performance with something like 2,000 households actively informed and registered to our bio-waste collection program, concretely aiming for a 50% organic waste composting target. And we have, alongside major accessibility interventions at schools, sidewalks, and public squares and parks. Moreover, our Department of Parks and Greenery has planted almost 2,000 trees, really difficult in Athens because we are highly populated and we don't have public spaces. And the target is each year to have 5,000 new trees, 25 within the next 5 years. And we have created also an app, Athens Trees app, where you can see in which place, what type of tree, when, so as to be fully transparent. Moreover, maybe most importantly, we have revised our city's climate target with a net zero goal till 2030. And this is no car-free promise, nor a hot potato for the next administrations. We understand that this end-of-decade target means for our time in office, for the actions we must take, that we need to act now, today. We firmly believe in science-based decision-making, and our climate task force is working with our university's top scientists and the best available science to revise our path to net zero, devise a solid, robust strategy, and eventually deliver all our targets. Notably, one of our flagship actions has been the establishment of the Athenian Energy Alliance, where with other 8 neighboring municipalities and 5 more municipalities from the Attica region, nearby, but not exactly neighboring municipalities, we created an alliance that aims to, with a huge energy community and individual energy communities per each municipality, to produce green electricity that will be distributed through virtual net metering to 50,000 energy poor households. Moreover, on the latter, we gave great importance on high-quality education and raising awareness for climate change, and this is why we have become the first municipality in Greece to join UNESCO's Greening Education Partnership. And we have also joined forces with other relevant institutions, such as the International Eco Schools Network, in promoting joint awareness activities and offering environmental education to more students. Furthermore, we have already established climate youth conventions in Athens, seeking to open new channels of communications with young and youngest citizens. And a few days ago, we organized also the Athens Climate Forum, with the active participation of research institutes and universities, as well as financial, environmental, and civil society organizations, to foster deliberative dialogue and co-production of cities' green and just urban development plans. So we are also trying to enforce more and to really trigger the attention of young citizens, and this is why we have developed new ways like the Apps for Athens Innovation Marathon that we have already organized, emphasizing on ecological and green energy solutions, and we are also trying to find other games and other activities to engage as many young colleagues as possible. So that's in a way what we have already done in the first 6 months, and allow me to conclude my intervention with, I think, a message for all of us that we need to act now, and we need to deliver our promises the soonest possible. No more wish lists, no more action plans, but real actions and tangible environmental and social positive results. Thank you very much.
That was really amazing. Thank you for sharing it all. I can't imagine all that happened in that short a period of time.
I was a professor.
I guess so. You are good at what you do. Thank you so much. You know, the interesting thing about all of these presentations is how different they are, how they focus on the actual on-the-ground needs of their communities. And it's kind of a priceless anthology of things that we really just need to keep communicating to others who are facing similar challenges. Hello, how are you? This is Honorable Honorable Henrietta Rieker from the mayor of Cologne in Germany. Is it Rieker or Recker?
It's Reka,
Close. Thank
no
you.
problem. Eminence, dear Cardinal Tucson, dear colleagues, experts, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the impressive input so far. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. I continue in my mother tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, Köln ist meine Heimatstadt. Sie hat eine 2000-jährige Geschichte. Damit ist sie etwa so alt wie die römisch-katholische Kirche. Und wir haben auch römische Wurzeln. Köln, Kolonia, man hört es ja schon im Namen. Heute leben 1,1 Millionen Menschen in der Stadt. Der Kölner Dom ist der Mittelpunkt der Stadt mit ihrer Fläche von 40.500 Hektar an beiden Ufern des Rheins. Die Jahresdurchschnittstemperatur Kölns lag in den vergangenen 25 Jahren konstant über dem langjährigen Mittel bis zu 2 Grad Celsius darüber. Wir beobachten einen Rückgang des Niederschlags bis zu 25% und wir emittieren, wie die allermeisten Metropolen dieser Welt, zu viel mit über 9 Millionen Tonnen CO2 pro Jahr im Stadtgebiet. Die Statistiken sind besorgniserregend. Hinzu kommt die Gefahr für die Gesundheit der Menschen und die Natur, Temperaturen über 40 Grad, verdorrte Parks, Hitzetote und in unserer Region war vor 2 Jahren eine Überschwemmungskatastrophe im Jahr 2001 mit mehr als 130 Toten, vielen Verletzten und immensen Schäden. Und anders als in Ihrer Stadt, liebe Kollegin aus Valencia, wollen die Menschen ihre Häuser da wieder aufbauen, wo sie vorher standen. Wir sehen hier ein stadtweit bekanntes Plakat unseres kommunalen Verkehrsunternehmens, mit dem bereits vor Jahren Menschen zum Umstieg vom Auto auf den öffentlichen Personennahverkehr motiviert werden sollten. Die Spitzen des Kölner Doms im Wüstensand verschüttet. Schrecklich. Ich kenne keine Kölnerin und keinen Kölner, der sich ein solches Szenario für die Stadt vorstellen kann. Aber die Transformation ist ein mühsamer Prozess und die Stadtverwaltung ist natürlich im Lied. Wir sehen hier die wichtigsten Daten für Köln als Net Zero City. 2019 hat der Stadtrat den Klimanotstand ausgerufen, auch auf Druck der Proteste von Fridays for Future. Es folgte die Entscheidung, dass Köln bis 2035 Klimaneutralität erreichen soll. Dann hat die Stadt eine gemeinsam mit Wirtschaft und Zivilgesellschaft erarbeitete Klimastrategie mit einem Aktionsplan erarbeitet und der wird jetzt umgesetzt. Wir haben auch unsere Stadtverwaltung strukturell weiterentwickelt. Wir haben einen eigenen Fachbereich für Klima, Umwelt und Stadtgrün gegründet. Wir haben einen Klimafolgencheck für alle Entscheidungen. Also man sieht immer, welche Auswirkungen hat die Entscheidung auf das Klima. Und wir nehmen unsere große kommunale Unternehmensgruppe in die Pflicht, auch klimaneutral zu wirtschaften. Dazu gehört der kommunale Energieversorger, dazu gehört der öffentliche Personennahverkehr, natürlich die Abfallwirtschaftsbetriebe, die gesamte Logistik und ein Telekommunikationsanbieter. Köln hat einen Plan, ein Instrumentarium und auch die Expertise. Aber wir sind uns über die Grenzen unseres Handelns bewusst. Unser Einfluss auf die Gesamtemissionen als Kommune ist begrenzt. Nicht einmal 1/3 der Kölner Gesamtemissionen, die hier hellrot dargestellt sind durch uns, also durch die Stadtverwaltung selbst, unmittelbar veränderbar, 15%. Sie sehen den kleinen roten Kreis. 15% geht die Stadt Köln mit ihrem Aktionsplan ganz unmittelbar und konkret an. Die energetische Sanierung von Gebäuden, klimafreundliche Energieversorgung, nachhaltige Mobilität, Unterstützung der Wirtschaft hin zu einer Green Economy, Umweltbildung und so weiter. Wir haben das alles von dem Kollegen aus Athen eben gehört. Aber auch das genügt nicht. Selbst wenn wir als Stadt weitere Maßnahmen auflegen werden, und die große Frage ist daher, wie gelingt es uns, den großen roten Ballon, der über 9 Millionen Tonnen CO2-Emissionen, auch schrumpfen zu lassen? Ich sehe dazu zwei Schlüssel. Beide haben jedoch immense Herausforderungen. Die größte Herausforderung, die ich sehe, ist die Aktivierung der Gesellschaft. In Köln gehen wir das unter anderem mit einer groß angelegten Kampagne an, deren zentrales Motiv Sie hier sehen. Allerdings stoßen wir auf Widerstände. 3 große Widerstände gibt es in Köln. Denn nach den staatlichen Freiheitseinschränkungen während der Corona-Pandemie haben sich viele, insbesondere Jugendlichen, Menschen von unserem Staat entfernt und viele erlebten den Staat, der alles hin bis ins Privatleben geregelt hat und Risiken mit Transferleistungen auffing. Sie mussten also nicht selber handeln, sondern wurden versorgt. Und nun sind die öffentlichen Haushalte derart angespannt, es ist kein Geld mehr da. Wir brauchen mehr privates und unternehmerisches Engagement, auch für das Klima. Und dafür gibt es einfach noch zu wenig Bereitschaft. Köln ist bekannt dafür, dass es bereit ist, Geflüchtete aufzunehmen, die vor weltweiten Krisen fliehen. Internationalität ist in unserer vielfältigen Stadt extrem wichtig und wir betrachten die Diversität als Chance und als große Stärke. Aber auch hier weht uns manchmal der Wind ins Gesicht. Es werden Verteilungsdebatten provoziert. Insbesondere seitens der Rechtspopulisten werden Migrations- und Klimapolitik wie in einem Kulturkampf angegangen. Die Stimmung in Deutschland hat sich massiv verschlechtert und viele trauen der Gesellschaft nicht mehr zu, die Herausforderungen der Gegenwart zu lösen. Ihnen allen fehlt eine positive Erzählung, Zuversicht, Zutrauen, auch weil das Umgangsnarrativ der Rechtspopulisten verfängt. Und neben diesen Hemmnissen gibt es eine weitere Herausforderung. Kölns Klimaneutralität hängt von Entscheidungen in der Hauptstadt, also in Berlin, in Brüssel oder von UN-Resolutionen ab. Und da wir unser Net-Zero-Ziel nicht aufgeben wollen, brauchen wir auf diesen Ebenen noch viel mehr Lobbyismus. Kommunen und alle weiteren willigen und einflussreichen Institutionen müssen jetzt den Druck auf übergeordnete Entscheidungsebenen unbedingt erhöhen. Ladies and Gentlemen, ich wäre sicherlich nicht die Oberbürgermeisterin Kölns, wenn ich nicht auch die Stärken unserer Stadt, die Potenziale kennte, auch in Fragen der Klimakrise und Klimaresilienz. 2 unserer Stärken möchte ich hier erörtern. Das sind Zusammenhalt und Weltoffenheit. Ich habe es eben gesagt, unser Zusammenhalt, unsere Diversität macht uns resilient und stark. Wir sind eine Stadt mit Menschen aus 180 Nationen. Ich bin die Vorsitzende des Rats der Religion, der für die religiöse Vielfalt in Köln mit Menschen aus über 140 Glaubensgemeinschaften steht. Und in diesem Gremium gelingt es uns, Konflikte zu schlichten und Gemeinsamkeiten auszuloten. Eine Gemeinsamkeit ist sicherlich die Bewahrung der Schöpfung, die Notwendigkeit einer Lebensweise, die die kommenden Generationen auch in den Blick nimmt. Und mich inspiriert diese Konferenz hier im Vatikan dazu, das Thema klimagerechtes Handeln noch stärker zu machen und auch auf die Tagesordnung dieses Kölner Rats der Religionen zu setzen, damit in die vielfältigen Communities in unserer Stadt hineinzuwirken. Und dann ist mir wichtig, dass wir uns bekennen zu unserer internationalen Verantwortung. Wir sind wahrscheinlich die bestvernetzteste Stadt Deutschlands mit 22 weltweiten Städtepartnerschaften, 3 Klimapartnerschaften, sind in Städtenetzwerken unter anderem das Net Zero City Netzwerk der EU aktiv. In den Klimapartnerschaften arbeiten Kölner Expertinnen und Experten sowie Freiwillige mit den Zivilgesellschaften und Kommunen vor Ort zusammen, etwa um mitzuhelfen, eine Küstenstadt in Nicaragua vor den Fluten zu schützen oder in Rio de Janeiro, eine Kreislaufwirtschaft aufzubauen. Zugleich lernen wir von diesen Projekten, wie Klimaschutz einen Beitrag zur Linderung von Armut leisten kann. Mit diesen Ansätzen, da bin ich sicher, werden wir in Zukunft eine weitere internationale Partnerschaft auch in der Subsahara-Region eingehen. Für mich ist das folgerichtig, denn als Kommune, die von Migration aufgrund von Klimawandel stark betroffen sein wird, müssen wir unseren Beitrag zur Bekämpfung von Flutursachen auf der ganzen Welt leisten. In Köln sind wir uns sehr bewusst, unsere Verantwortung endet nicht an der Stadtgrenze. Köln hat also seine Stärken, seine Vielfalt und den interreligiösen Dialog. Wir übernehmen internationale Verantwortung, aber wir haben auch große Herausforderungen und brauchen nationale, europäische und internationale Rahmenbedingungen, die klimabewusstes Handeln auch fördern. Da möchte ich mich weiterhin einsetzen und bin froh, mit Ihnen das zusammen zu können. Wir brauchen diese neue Zuversicht und ich bin sicher, dass wir auch diese aktuelle Situation managen können. Seit 2000 Jahren verbreitet die römisch-katholische Kirche eine frohe Botschaft. Was können wir also als Städte von dieser resilienten Organisation lernen? Wie können wir uns zusammenfinden und füreinander auch da sein, wenn wir Krisen erleben? Das sind Fragen, die sich auftun für mich. Ich danke Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Mayor, that was a very, I think, very substantive discussion of both what you're attempting to do and the challenges that you're facing. I think we need to be realists here. We have to spread hope because hope is the way in which we can generate momentum and opportunity. But at the same time, we do have to recognize that collaboration is everything. And just keep in mind that we're hearing from a variety of different leaders at the subnational level, and they're all going to have a different story to tell. But the most important thing for us right now, I think, is to recognize that with the next mayors that are coming up, it's just important for us to think about how we keep these conversations going, how we learn from one another, how we form the kind of collaborations that can support mayors when they're doing the right thing and it may not work out. And there may be challenges. I think I very much related to some of the political instability that the mayor was referring to, because you certainly have the same kind of tenuous situation in the United States. And I think we all just need to hang together. I think with that, why don't we take, how long a break do you want to take? 10-minute break, and then we'll continue with the rest of the mayors. And feel free to go up and chat with folks, because we just heard a wealth of great information.
You didn't sign it? What? Everybody else signed it. Oh. I already have it.
Can we settle down and get started up again? Michael, are you here for timekeeping? I've lost my timekeeper. That's my best English accent. It failed miserably. Sorry. Okay, let's get started, please. Oh, I'm sorry. You're doing something. Let's not get started right away. Okay, everybody, let's sit down, please. Let's get restarted. Can I ask the Honorable Matteo Lapore, who's the mayor of Bologna, Italy, to come up? And can I ask the rest of you to sit down? I thought we did Riccardo. Oh, you didn't. I'm sorry, that's wrong. You're right. I had drawn the line under. Is the Honorable Ricardo Nunez here? The mayor from São Paulo. Here he is. You're next. I apologize. I'm sorry. I took you out of turn. I'll give you extra time. I promise. My apologies. Mayor, it's lovely to have you here. Thank you. Oh, we have our timekeeper as well. Excellent. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu acho que é o canalzinho 4 aí do tradutor. Eu queria, ao dar boa tarde a todos, iniciar a minha fala relembrando o que nós escutamos agora há pouco do Santo Padre, o Papa Francisco, de que 80% das emissões dos gases de efeito estufa são provenientes dos 20 países do G20 e 1% dos 46 países mais pobres do mundo. Acho que é um dado para a gente poder fazer uma reflexão, porque se nós temos mais de 80% da emissão de gás de efeito estufa proveniente dos países mais ricos que integram o G20 e de que é 1% dos 46 países mais pobres, todos os nossos esforços precisam se dá dentro desse contexto de cada um ter as suas responsabilidades. Antes de falar um pouco sobre as ações da cidade de São Paulo, os comentários, também é importante recordar aqui alguns dados com relação à migração climática. Em 2022, dos 60,9 milhões de deslocamentos pelo mundo, 32,6 milhões, ou seja, 53%, estavam relacionados a desastres naturais, segundo o relatório mundial da migração de 2024 da Organização Internacional da Migração. Organismos internacionais como o C40 afirmam que as mudanças climáticas já são a principal causa das migrações no planeta. A OIM, Organização Internacional da Migração, prevê que até 2050, até 1 bilhão de pessoas vão se deslocar dentro de seus países ou cruzarão fronteiras por conta das consequências do aquecimento global, como secas, enchentes e o aumento do nível do mar. O meu país, Brasil, contabilizou hoje, no Rio Grande do Sul, a morte de 148 pessoas pelas inundações naquele estado. Inclusive, levei ao Santo Padre, o Papa Francisco, uma bandeira do Rio Grande do Sul para a bênção dele, que eu estarei retornando ao Brasil e levando para esses irmãos nossos. Portanto, para cada um de nós, se estamos aqui presentes, e pelas apresentações, tanto de ontem como de hoje, já estamos bastante conscientes das questões das mudanças climáticas e o papel de cada um. Agora, é muito importante que a gente tenha o contexto de aplicabilidade das ações. Na cidade de São Paulo, que nós temos 12 mil ônibus, até comentei ontem, nós estamos fazendo as substituições por ônibus elétricos. Os caminhões de lixo, que são a diesel, nós estamos mudando para caminhões movidos de gás metano, proveniente exatamente dos aterros de lixo. Restabelecemos a OIDA, que é fundamental no controle e na fiscalização para manter as matas, as áreas de mananciais preservados. OIDA é a Operação Integrada Defesa das Águas. Na minha cidade, na cidade de São Paulo, nós temos vários mananciais, duas grandes represas, a represa Billings e a represa Guarapiranga. E até por esses dados da questão da migração, como é a cidade mais rica do Brasil, um país de muita desigualdade social, é muito comum que a gente receba muita migração e a pressão por conta do déficit habitacional acaba pressionando para construções irregulares nas áreas de proteção ambiental, nas áreas de mananciais. E esse instrumento, a OIDA, ele junta a Guarda Civil Metropolitana, a Polícia Militar do Estado, a Companhia de Meio Ambiente, enfim, vários órgãos estaduais e municipais para fiscalizar e poder manter essas áreas de proteção ambiental preservadas. Nós também estamos fazendo o maior programa habitacional da história da cidade, que isso, de uma certa forma, ajuda muito a não pressionar a habitação nas áreas de proteções ambientais, de proteção ambiental. Agora, se nós temos, pelos dados que o Papa nos ressalta hoje, que eu enfatizei aqui, são os países do G20, os mais ricos, que geram a poluição de 80% da emissão de gás de efeito estufa, também é um dado que todos nós aqui sabemos, que são os mais pobres, que mais sofrem com as mudanças climáticas. E paralelo a todas as ações que nós estamos desenvolvendo na cidade de São Paulo, com relação à questão de substituição de ônibus, a diesel, de caminhões, as áreas de cobertura vegetal, ampliação de área de mata preservada, os jardins de chuva, é algo super barato e muito simples, aonde nós pegamos áreas que são cimentadas e tiramos o cimento, faz-se uma cava de 1,5 metro com brita e faz um jardim em cima. Isso é algo bastante fundamental para a drenagem e para ter mais verde nas áreas. Nós chegamos agora em 337 jardins de chuva. Então, são muitas ações focadas com relação à questão do meio ambiente, ampliação de parques. Eu inaugurei 5 parques, hoje sempre temos 114, vamos inaugurar mais 5 esse ano. O plano diretor deu uma boa... O plano diretor é uma lei que nós temos lá que dá as diretrizes urbanísticas das cidades. Então, muitas ações, mas também é de fundamental importância as ações para as pessoas mais pobres. Por isso, nós temos lá um grande trabalho com relação à questão da segurança alimentar. Distribuímos 7.000 cestas básicas todos os dias. Nós temos várias ações com relação ao fornecimento de refeição gratuita dentro do projeto do Cozinha Escola, do Cozinha Solidária. Nós temos a distribuição de mais de 2 milhões de refeições por dia na cidade de São Paulo, gratuita. Só para as pessoas em situação de rua, nós temos a distribuição de 86 mil refeições para as pessoas em situação de rua, que também foi uma situação que atingiu todas as grandes cidades do mundo, inclusive em Roma, com 22 mil pessoas em situação de rua, aqui na cidade que nos acolhe e nos recebe tão bem. Então, eu acho que fica uma mensagem muito importante para nós, aqui no Vaticano, do encontro com o Papa hoje, do convite do Papa e do Vaticano a cada um de nós, líderes dos seus estados e municípios, de dois fatores que muito preocupam o Papa e muito também preocupa a cada um de nós. Acho que é a linha de cuidar da questão do meio ambiente, das mudanças climáticas, mas, paralelo a isso, as questões voltadas às pessoas mais pobres, mais vulneráveis. No dia que eu cheguei aqui, em Roma, eu fui visitar o trabalho do cardeal que cuida da questão dos pobres aqui em Roma, cardeal Dom Conrad. E ele me contava de que aqui em Roma não tinha banheiro para as pessoas em situação de rua e o Papa e ele abriram o banheiro. De que não tinha atendimento médico, eles abriram um consultório aqui do lado, com 80 médicos voluntários. Fica esse exemplo para cada um de nós aqui, nesse local tão importante, sagrado, nesse evento tão importante e que vai deixar um marco para cada um de nós, mas que possa também ser um marco para cada um dos povos que vivem nas nossas cidades e nos nossos estados. Cuidar da questão da resiliência, da questão do meio ambiente, das mudanças climáticas, sem deixar de lado cuidar das pessoas mais humildes e mais pobres, que são as principais vítimas de todo esse processo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. You're good. Thank you. He has his own timer. I really like that. Yeah, he has his own timer. I really like that. I appreciated it. You know, that was really interesting. It was a little different than what we have been hearing, but I think your emphasis on how to help the poor and your emphasis on food is an extremely important one. It is a common denominator in so many countries and in so many communities, so very much appreciate it. Honorable Matteo Lepore, I'm so sorry that I had you up, now down, now up. He's the mayor from Bologna in Italy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will continue in Italian. So, grazie per l'invito. Come città italiane siamo presenti e molto felici di poter partecipare al confronto di questa giornata importante che si è aperta con l'udienza con Papa Francesco. 9 città italiane sono nella missione clima, 100 città europee, Bologna è fra queste, e credo che questa giornata sia molto importante per quello che abbiamo tutti dichiarato, cioè l'importanza di contrastare il riscaldamento globale e ridurre le disuguaglianze, ma una parola importante, anche abbiamo sentito oggi ripetere molte volte, è la parola democrazia. Credo che questi aspetti oggi nel nostro pianeta siano da tenere assieme ed è molto importante. Io sono sindaco di una città italiana che è anche città metropolitana. Bologna a livello metropolitano ha 1 milione di abitanti. E nel nostro paese questo fa la differenza perché il 70% dei cittadini italiani vivono in comuni piccoli e medi, non nelle grandi città. E quindi è molto importante ricordarci dei sindaci, degli amministratori, dei comuni più piccoli, delle aree interne, degli Appennini, delle isole. Bologna e l'Emilia Romagna, la mia regione, sono state colpite esattamente un anno fa da una devastante alluvione, 34.000 sfollati. Solo la mia area metropolitana ha avuto circa 200 milioni di euro di danni sulle strade, le strade che sono manutenute dalla città metropolitana. Abbiamo avuto un numero importante di danni ai privati e purtroppo anche decine di morti. Non eravamo abituati a una catastrofe di questo genere, l'ultima inondazione in Emilia Romagna è stata 100 anni prima. È stata anche l'estate più calda e anche l'estate con più siccità, quindi da un lato un'inondazione e pochi mesi dopo l'estate più calda. È stata anche l'estate nella quale la pianura padana, dove si trova Bologna insieme a Milano, Torino e altre città, ha avuto un aumento dei morti per ondate di calore, in particolare tra le persone più fragili, gli anziani ad esempio, le persone malate. Pianura padana che ha visto diminuire le emissioni nocive negli ultimi 5 anni grazie alle regolamentazioni per l'aria delle nostre regioni, ma ha visto alterare a causa del riscaldamento globale gli effetti su PM10, ozono e altre sostanze. Dunque le politiche ci sono, ma l'aria sta reagendo in modo diverso e le persone continuano ad ammalarsi e continuano a morire nonostante le nostre politiche a volte assumano delle responsabilità e delle scelte. E a seguito dell'invasione della Russia in Ucraina, i nostri comuni, le nostre città metropolitane hanno dovuto pagare più bollette energetiche, come i nostri cittadini. Se non avessimo fatto una serrata lotta all'evasione fiscale, a proposito di democrazia, il mio comune non avrebbe potuto pagare un aumento dei costi delle bollette energetiche di 50 milioni di euro in 2 anni, che per un comune come il nostro è tantissimo. Io ho un comune che fa circa 30 milioni di euro di recupero dell'evasione fiscale e questo è stato molto importante a proposito di redistribuzione e di chi deve pagare la crisi energetica e anche da che punto di vista bisogna partire per affrontare la questione climatica. Bologna, come dicevo, è tra le 100 città che devono raggiungere la neutralità carbonica entro il 2030. Per noi significa 11 miliardi di euro di investimenti, significa arrivare a neutralizzare 1.500.000 tonnellate di CO2 equivalenti ogni anno. È uno sforzo enorme per una città, significa cambiare il modo di produrre, di fare industria. L'industria alimentare, ad esempio, nella pianura padana, insieme all'agricoltura, è una delle industrie più importanti accanto al manifatturiero. Significa cambiare la nostra economia, significa costruire una prospettiva di lavoro e occupazionale diversa in uno dei territori più sviluppati del nostro Paese e della nostra Europa. Bologna è anche il luogo dove abbiamo inaugurato un anno fa un importante supercomputer, un centro di calcolo che l'anno scorso, quando abbiamo inaugurato, aveva il 4º computer più potente al mondo, ora siamo al 6º posto, quindi le tecnologie corrono veloci. Accanto a questo supercomputer che si chiama Leonardo, il centro metro per le previsioni che dalla città di Reading in Inghilterra a seguito della Brexit è arrivato nel nostro paese. Questa importantissima capacità di calcolo fa parte di un progetto europeo per il quantum computing e lo sviluppo dell'intelligenza artificiale. Grazie a questo investimento a Bologna nel prossimo periodo aprirà una delle università delle Nazioni Unite sul cambiamento climatico e l'habitat umano. Per noi è una grandissima opportunità in una città universitaria, abbiamo l'università più antica d'Occidente, 100.000 studenti universitari. Per noi significa di nuovo mettere accanto tecnologie, sfida climatica, ma ci tengo a dirlo, democrazia e partecipazione, perché possiamo avere anche il computer più potente al mondo, ma se non sappiamo usare quell'intelligenza a partire da un punto di lettura che è la vita delle persone, la centralità della persona e del pianeta, facciamo dei danni, perché il potere può essere anche una cosa che fa male alla vita delle persone e lo sappiamo molto bene. Dunque credo che nella nostra discussione ci dobbiamo concentrare su alcuni aspetti. Innanzitutto la necessità di una maggiore leadership delle nostre città, delle nostre comunità. Le città europee hanno fatto enormi passi in avanti grazie ai fondi di coesione, i fondi strutturali, grazie alla spinta dell'Unione Europea. Rischiamo di fare altrettanti passi indietro a causa dei crescenti nazionalismi che purtroppo in Europa si affiancano ad un'idea spesso negazionista della scienza e anche del cambiamento climatico. A proposito di democrazia, non possiamo pensare che la lotta al cambiamento climatico e al riscaldamento globale possa andare avanti se non c'è una spinta importante nei confronti di un'idea di democrazia che crede nella scienza, crede nel progresso, crede nella partecipazione delle persone, dei diritti sociali e civili delle persone. E quindi le città, è vero, si diceva prima, il cambiamento viene dal basso, è assolutamente vero, perché nel basso ci sono le persone, le comunità che si incontrano, che hanno i loro bisogni, li riconoscono e li vogliono vedere rappresentati. Purtroppo le agende nazionali degli stati non seguono le città. In Italia in particolare la frammentazione è molto forte. Noi ci troviamo volontariamente tra sindaci, decidiamo volontariamente di allearci per vincere la sfida del cambiamento globale e seguiamo l'Europa perché è una scelta politica, ma manca un'agenda urbana, manca la voglia del nostro Paese di sostenere questo cambiamento ed è un problema enorme, l'abbiamo visto anche nell'applicazione del Next Generation EU, questo importante piano post-pandemia. Spendere i soldi dell'Europa è diventato difficile in Italia perché chi non crede negli obiettivi della transizione ecologica, chi non crede negli obiettivi della transizione digitale, della riduzione di disuguaglianze come agenda prioritaria per il nostro Paese, smonta le cose che vengono impostate dalle città e questo è grave e credo che vada detto. Allo stesso tempo nelle nostre città ci sono investimenti positivi ed importanti. Vogliamo cambiare gli stili di vita accompagnando le nostre comunità. Ecco perché i sindaci italiani ed europei che credono nella transizione, nella necessità della giustizia sociale, della riduzione delle disuguaglianze, investono ad esempio sui tram, i mezzi ecologici, l'utilizzo dell'idrogeno per il trasporto pubblico, l'intermodalità, l'idea di convincere le persone a non utilizzare il mezzo privato inquinante per utilizzare il trasporto pubblico, la bicicletta. Noi, in particolare a Bologna, abbiamo introdotto il limite della velocità ai 30 km/h. Abbiamo sentito la sindaca di Parigi, penso sentiremo il sindaco di Londra. Sono tantissime le città nel mondo e in Europa che hanno fatto questa scelta. La prima ordinanza per una zona 30 in Italia e a Bologna è stata nel 1989. Nel 1989 tutto il centro storico medievale di Bologna viene posto ai 30 km/h, quindi molto tempo fa. Come sindaco in quest'ultimo anno ho deciso che il 70% delle nostre strade fosse ai 30 km/h, abbiamo ridotto del 20% gli incidenti e la mortalità, abbiamo ridotto la gravità degli incidenti e ne è nato uno scandalo molto forte perché si è voluto contrapporre l'idea di salvare vite umane, di ridurre le emissioni con la libertà individuale di utilizzare l'automobile. Ecco perché è importante dirci anche cosa significa la libertà individuale e ritornare anche a parlare di cosa significa la responsabilità e l'idea di comunità e di diritti sociali che noi dobbiamo mettere in campo. Se salvare vite negli incidenti stradali, se ridurre le emissioni per salvare vite rispetto alle ondate di calore non diventa una cosa considerata da tutti come una priorità, allora di quale libertà stiamo parlando? Cosa significa rispettarci tra di noi e come possiamo insieme migliorare la vita quotidiana dei nostri concittadini? Bologna ha una lunga tradizione democratica di partecipazione, cito soltanto alcune scelte nostre recenti. Nel 2014 siamo stati la prima città in Italia ad approvare un regolamento per la gestione condivisa dei beni comuni, per semplificare le procedure, ma soprattutto far sì che i cittadini potessero gestire un parco, un'area verde, potessero aiutare l'amministrazione, potessero promuovere la lettura come diritto fondamentale o la sovranità alimentare. E da allora più di 20.000 cittadini hanno sottoscritto patti di collaborazione e oggi ci sono 400 città in Italia che hanno approvato un regolamento simile. Nel 2017 abbiamo introdotto il bilancio partecipativo, come tante città nel mondo, ma abbiamo creato anche un ufficio che si chiama Ufficio Immaginazione Civica, perché la partecipazione dei cittadini non è una professione. Se tutti i cittadini hanno diritto a partecipare, abbiamo bisogno di dare a tutti la possibilità di immaginare il futuro della propria città e di collaborare. Nel 2021 abbiamo dichiarato nel nostro statuto comunale l'emergenza climatica. Lo abbiamo fatto raccogliendo le istanze di tanti attivisti, ambientalisti, ragazzi delle università, delle scuole. E abbiamo dato una conseguenza a questa dichiarazione. Se è emergenza climatica, allora bisogna fare un'accelerazione. Dunque la partecipazione alla missione clima per anticipare gli obiettivi, non al 2050, non al 2040, ma al 2030, sapendo bene che da sindaco questa è una scommessa per la quale si possono perdere le elezioni, perché si fanno cose accelerando che possono sconvolgere anche la vita delle persone. Mettere ai 30 km/h una città può significare anche perdere consenso, ma salvare delle vite invece può valere la pena per fare il sindaco. Nel 2022 abbiamo creato un'assemblea cittadina per il clima. Abbiamo selezionato 100 persone estratte a sorte e per 6 mesi le abbiamo coinvolte per discutere dei nostri piani per la missione clima e l'ambiente. E poi quest'anno, nel 2024, abbiamo deciso di sostenere con dei finanziamenti i progetti dei ragazzi delle scuole, in particolare sulle questioni ambientali e non solo. Ecco, io credo che ognuno di noi potrebbe citare tante buone pratiche, tanti esempi, tanti progetti delle cose che si possono fare, ma 5 parole importanti le dobbiamo portare a casa oggi, io credo, per capire come insieme possiamo lavorare. E concludo. Innanzitutto 5P, le definirei così, di policy, quali sono le politiche che dobbiamo portare avanti per abilitare il cambiamento, per promuovere un'idea di economia e di società diversa. La P di price, cioè di prezzo, chi paga la transizione? Non dimentichiamoci che effettivamente la transizione per farla sconvolge l'economia e la società e quindi se non vogliamo che siano i cittadini a pagarla, occorre che le nostre politiche si assumano la responsabilità di fare in modo che ci sia una redistribuzione del peso anche economico e delle conseguenze. La P di pragmatismo e di prospettiva, dobbiamo avere una visione che guarda lontano, ma dobbiamo anche mettere in campo progetti concreti, non possiamo solo fare innamorare le persone delle nostre parole, dobbiamo anche realizzare delle cose. La P di persone e di partecipazione, abbiamo la necessità di un cambiamento culturale e di accompagnare in questa trasformazione i nostri concittadini. E infine il potere. È molto importante lavorare sulle leadership, ma soprattutto su una concezione di redistribuzione del potere. Non possiamo pensare che oggi si possa entrare nella transizione digitale portando avanti gli obiettivi di cambiamento e di contrasto al riscaldamento globale se non redistribuiamo il potere. L'economia è basata sul potere degli uomini verso le donne, l'economia è basata sul potere del nord verso il sud. Se vogliamo stravolgere questo sistema economico dobbiamo redistribuire il potere e quindi se vogliamo fare giustizia climatica e giustizia sociale, dobbiamo anche discutere cosa significa la democrazia nelle nostre comunità, nei nostri paesi e nei nostri sistemi economici. Credo che queste siano sfide enormi, non abbiamo tanto tempo per affrontarle, ma certamente oggi ci sono tanti compagni di strada importanti. Grazie a tutti.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Listen, Matteo, I very much appreciate really the way in which you outline the challenges and the opportunities. I think we all face those and try to understand how best to move forward. There's an irony there, isn't there, huh? Honorable Giuseppe Sala, who's the mayor of Milano, Italy, is dealing with some flooding problems in his community. Perhaps that says it all. Thank you, Matteo. And Honorable Dario Nadella, from Mayor of Florence, Italy. See you. Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. And as you know, as a mayor of Florence, the city of Dante Alighieri, the father of divine comedy and Italian language, I have a very good reason to switch to my language for this meeting. Quindi grazie molte per l'occasione che ci viene data per questo confronto molto utile in queste giornate. Io mi sono trovato esattamente in questa sala 10 anni fa, Monsignor Sanchez Sorondo lo ricorda benissimo, con il nostro Papa e con molti colleghi sindaci come oggi a discutere della sfida dell'emergenza ambientale, approfittando anche di una grandissima opera che io ritengo un documento anche politico di importanza storica sul tema del clima, l'enciclica Laudato Si di Papa Francesco. A distanza di 10 anni mi ritrovo qui, avete capito che sono alla fine del mio secondo mandato e anche della mia esperienza di sindaco, e molte cose sono cambiate. In 10 anni purtroppo la lotta al cambiamento climatico non è stata così incisiva e sono aumentati gli effetti negativi sulle popolazioni. Il sindaco di San Paolo si è soffermato sul collegamento che c'è tra l'emergenza climatica e le grandi migrazioni. La rivista Nature e l'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità ci hanno dato dei numeri terribili sui morti causati nel mondo dall'emergenza climatica. 9 milioni di persone nel 2022, di cui 450.000 in Europa e nella nostra Italia 65.000. Gran parte di questi decessi sono legati all'aumento della temperatura globale, alle emissioni di sostanze nocive nell'atmosfera e anche all'inquinamento delle acque. Sono numeri impietosi. E questi dati ci fanno comprendere come l'emergenza climatica sia anzitutto un'emergenza umanitaria. Se noi non consideriamo il tema del cambiamento climatico come un'emergenza umanitaria, rischiamo di non avere risposte proporzionate, come infatti registriamo ogni anno dai vari summit internazionali dei governi delle nazioni, i COP. Se qualcuno di voi in questa sala mi sa dire una misura davvero efficace e risolutiva adottata nelle varie COP 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 fino a oggi, fino al 24 scusate, mi dovete per favore indicare quale di queste. Io non ne ho trovate. Questo significa che dobbiamo davvero partire da una nuova importante alleanza per il clima, come è stato detto anche in molte occasioni. Noi sindaci, come leader politici, non possiamo che essere uno dei perni di questa alleanza per il clima. E anche perché sul fronte opposto ha già preso forma una alleanza che è contro il clima. Questa alleanza contro il clima vede da una parte i negazionisti, le culture, le posizioni, i movimenti negazionisti che fanno sempre più presa nell'opinione pubblica, interessi economici e industriali di soggetti che considerano gli sforzi sul fronte del cambiamento climatico come minacce per i loro interessi economici e anche soggetti politici e istituzionali che sono in particolare riconducibili verso governi diciamo, a forte impronta nazionalista. Questa è un'alleanza forte, rispetto alla quale noi ancora non siamo in grado di opporre un'alleanza altrettanto coesa e semmai più forte. In questa alleanza per il clima ci sono già tanti soggetti, perché molti passi in avanti sono stati fatti, anzitutto da noi città. Io sono stato presidente per 2 anni di Eurocities, la più larga organizzazione di città europee, ma ci sono molti network che sono nati in questi anni, C40, l'alleanza delle città dell'Asia, le associazioni dei sindaci americani, fondazioni, network di vario tipo. E questo è stato un grande passo in avanti. E anche noi come sindaci, lo abbiamo visto oggi, abbiamo fatto in questi 10 anni passi in avanti con progetti concreti. Nella mia Firenze abbiamo ridotto del 40% le emissioni di CO2. Siamo entrati nel network delle città Smart and Climate Neutral Cities, che si danno come obiettivo la neutralità climatica carbonica entro il 2030, quindi molto ravvicinato. Abbiamo investito moltissimo sui trasporti pubblici, lanciando gli abbonamenti gratuiti per tutti gli studenti della nostra città, una città con molti studenti. Abbiamo investito sull'efficientamento energetico delle abitazioni, delle case, sulla forestazione urbana, sulla mappatura delle isole di calore nella nostra città. E come abbiamo visto, ogni città ha una ricetta di forte innovazione sul fronte del cambiamento climatico. Ma dobbiamo fare un passo in avanti, abbiamo bisogno di uno scatto da un punto di vista anche di strategia. Anzitutto le nostre leadership individuali di sindaci credo si debbano trasformare in una leadership collettiva e globale. Anche perché non basta l'impegno sul fronte del cambiamento climatico solo dei paesi occidentali. Lo ha detto prima il sindaco di San Paolo. Se l'Europa e gli Stati Uniti adottano obiettivi ambiziosi per ridurre le emissioni di CO2, questo non basta, occorre avere a bordo di questa lotta al cambiamento climatico, di questa alleanza, anche i paesi dei continenti in via di sviluppo. E ancora una volta la rete delle città può essere la base di un processo che parte dal basso. Nell'alleanza per il clima dobbiamo avere le nuove generazioni con noi, dobbiamo avere i movimenti dei giovani, i movimenti ambientalisti, le associazioni che ogni giorno si battono per combattere l'emergenza climatica, in un vero e proprio patto sociale. Così come dobbiamo avere anche attori economici che investono sulla green economy, che sono in grado di produrre nuova occupazione. Perché l'alleanza opposta ci dice che la lotta al cambiamento climatico è solo un costo sociale, riduce l'occupazione e si scarica sui soggetti più poveri e più svantaggiati. L'alleanza contro il clima usa il sentimento della paura. E in effetti se noi dobbiamo imporre a tutti i nostri cittadini, nelle nostre città, domani mattina, di girare con un'auto elettrica e di trovare i soldi per comprarsela, io non credo che avremmo un grande consenso. Per questo è fondamentale che nella nostra alleanza per il clima affrontiamo la transizione green come anche una grande transizione sociale, nella quale la distribuzione dei costi sociali deve essere ripartita in proporzione a chi ha di più e a chi può fare di più. E dall'altro lato dobbiamo essere capaci di usare la transizione green come una grande leva per creare nuove professionalità, nuovi posti di lavoro, nuovi modelli di lavoro. Non è facile, ma credo che sia l'unica strada che abbiamo di fronte, soprattutto perché i numeri di morti sono destinati ad incrementare. L'anno scorso in Italia abbiamo avuto l'anno più caldo mai registrato prima e il numero di morti a causa del caldo ha superato le 65.000 persone. I più colpiti sono i più deboli, gli anziani, i bambini. L'anno scorso in Europa sono morti 1.200 bambini a causa di condizioni climatiche insostenibili. E per questo noi non abbiamo altra scelta che lavorare insieme per costruire questa alleanza. Sarebbe bello avere un nuovo appuntamento con il nostro pontefice nel quale affiancare ai sindaci i grandi movimenti ambientalisti, le associazioni delle nuove generazioni, perché questo patto sociale si trasformi in qualcosa di concreto. Così come non dobbiamo dimenticare, chiudo, che l'uomo deve essere al centro di qualunque sfida. Questo vale per la transizione tecnologica e digitale e vale ovviamente anche per la transizione green, perché il tema dell'emergenza ambientale è un tema che vede l'uomo protagonista. E le città oggi sono il problema e la soluzione allo stesso tempo. Nelle nostre città subiamo i peggiori effetti del cambiamento climatico, ma nelle nostre città possiamo trovare le soluzioni più innovative. E possiamo partire da questo se partiamo dalla forza dell'uomo. L'ultimo concetto che vi lascio è quella idea di ecologia integrale che troviamo nell'enciclica del Papa Laudato Si. Non c'è ecologia integrale se non consideriamo l'ambiente non come una delle tante politiche pubbliche, ma come un valore che attraversa trasversalmente tutte le politiche pubbliche. E non c'è ecologia integrale senza una economia della pace. Per affrontare l'emergenza ambientale abbiamo bisogno di pace. L'economia della guerra aiuta solo chi ha interesse nella guerra. Pace e ambiente sono due facce della stessa medaglia e le città che non hanno eserciti, che non costruiscono muri ma costruiscono ponti, sono attrici di pace e attrici di ecologia integrale. Grazie a tutti.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So powerful messages. Honorable Wen Chen-shi from Deputy Minister of Taiwan. Are you here? There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon, governors, mayors, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as the only speaker in this session that is not a mayor or governor, I think my presence here is to demonstrate the importance of cooperation between central and local governments. And also, as the Madam Chair has mentioned, I'm also here to pick up great ideas from all the local governments of the great cities around the region. Our ministry and the National Science and Technology Council jointly published Taiwan's National Climate Change Science Report 2 weeks ago. This report shows that the intensity and frequency of heavy rainfall in Taiwan are expected to increase due to warming. Currently, extreme events that occur in every 50 years may become more frequent. Under a 4 degrees Celsius global warming level scenario, such events may occur approximately every 10 years. The projected increase in the number of hot days continue in the future. Under a high emission scenario, the average number of hot days across Taiwan is expected to increase by 75 days. The longest consecutive dry spell per year is estimated to increase by 1 to 10 days by the end of the century, with the magnitude of increase depending on the intensity of warming. The scientific report illustrates the extreme vulnerability of Taiwan facing climate change. For example, in August 2009, Typhoon Tarako brought a record-breaking rainfall, resulting in the worst flooding in Taiwan in 50 years, causing flooding and landslide in many places. In April 2021, Taiwan experienced the worst drought in 50 years. The water storage capacity of many reservoirs fell below 10 to 20%. The manufacturing and the service sector restricted water use, and more than 700 hectares of farmland stopped farming. Facing the challenges brought by climate change, we recognize the urgent need for action. The 2023 Climate Change Response Act covers both mitigation and adaptation. In terms of mitigation, we ensure a gradual reduction in greenhouse gases by establishing a carbon budget approach, while in adaptation, we consolidate national development priorities through the establishment of National Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan. Sectoral greenhouse gas reduction action programs are proposed based on the carbon budget, while adaptation action programs are developed based on the National Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan. Moreover, we focus on cooperation between central and local government, with the local government participating and collaborating in the implementation of actions. To facilitate collaboration between the central and local government, the central government assisted the local government in establishing the Climate Change Response Promotion Committee, chaired by each mayors and governors, to ensure coordination between local and central government. The Act introduces a new chapter on adaptation. First, we focus on enhancing the national adaptation capacity. The government will promote 10 adaptation capacity building initiatives, encouraging active participation from citizens and business to collectively address the challenges of climate change. Secondly, we strengthen climate change research and risk assessment. Central government and technology agencies will regularly publish climate change scientific reports, establish risk assessment criteria, and assist all levels of government in formulating adaptation plans. The central government agencies will regularly draft sectoral adaptation action plan and goals, holding public hearings, and integrate the formulation of national adaptation plans. Lastly, we tailor adaptation strategies to specific regions. Local governments will formulate local adaptation implementation plans to address climate change challenges in various regions. Building upon the foundation of our Climate Change Response Act, the National Development Council and our ministry, the Ministry of the Environment, have jointly facilitated the establishment of a multi-level, multi-stakeholder climate change adaptation governance platform. This platform is led by several ministries, serving as the core driver responsible for coordination and integrating resource and capacity to enhance climate change adaptation. Moreover, it is based on the collaborative foundation of local governments, further promoting the involvement of industries and the public in connecting resources and encouraging proactive participation in addressing climate challenges. The latest National Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan has allocated a total of 411.6 billion new Taiwan dollars. That is approximately US 13 to 14 billion dollars to aim at strengthening our overall climate change adaptation capacity and promote sustainable development in society, economic, and the environment. These endeavors target areas in Taiwan that are vulnerable to impacts, with the goal of enhancing environmental adaptation capacity, strengthening resilience among vulnerable groups, introducing diverse adaptation strategies in urban and rural areas, and enhancing water resource system management. These efforts encompassing 7 objectives as illustrated in the slide. I will be using water resources and health as 2 examples. through the sourcing, conservation, scheduling, backup, and management of water resources. Taiwan has increased our water supply by 20%. Upstream, we have used reservoir sediment removal facilities, and also conservation management of watershed has been ensured. In the midstream, we've promoted the interconnected reservoir pipeline project for water distribution and increase artificial lakes and detention basin. We've also promoted the use of groundwater resources and established 4 seawater desalination plants. At downstream, efforts have focused on reducing the leakage of tap water supply and constructing 4 wastewater recycling plants. Additionally, we're increasing the access rate of tap water and levied water consumption fees for excessive use. Furthermore, smart irrigation management has been promoted to effectively utilize water resources and enhance agriculture productivity. In health, we're not only addressing the impact of climate change on health, but also combating environmental pollution. We've placed particular emphasis on developing health education materials to enhance public awareness and preparedness for climate change. Additionally, we're also establishing diverse support measures and channels to ensure that affected communities receive adequate care and support. To better respond to extreme weather events, we've developed an extreme temperature warning system that issues high temperature alert in advance and provide relevant coping advices. We've also set up an adaptation recognition mechanism that integrates warning information into, for example, meteorological information platform, offering features like location tracking, emergency calls, and linking features to social communication software for the public to cope with extreme weather events promptly. We emphasize the importance of local government cooperation. We assist local government in the establishment of Climate Change Response Promotion Committee and the promotion of the local climate change adaptation implementation program. Moreover, we understand the importance of scientific research in this aspect. Our ministry and the National Science and Technology Council jointly conduct periodic research and development on climate change science and impact adaptation, serving as the basis for formulating and promoting adaptation program. Through these collaboration between local and central government, we hope to implement our adaptation policies in a climate resilient way. Thank you very much.
Let's move to the Honorable Raul Jalil, who's the governor of Catamarca in Argentina.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a la Academia, al Papa Francisco y a todos los que han trabajado para hacer posible este evento. Bueno, nosotros somos gobernador de Catamarca, fui 8 años intendente y es mi segundo mandato como gobernador. Y bueno, quería contarle algo de nuestra experiencia en lo que significa lo que está pasando hace 5 años. Nosotros pertenecemos al Triángulo del Litio. Junto con Salta y Jujuy hemos formado la región del litio y junto con Bolivia y Chile somos los grandes. Digo, hay muchos recursos de ese mineral. En Catamarca se produce ya hace más de 30 años. Es importante también que los recursos naturales que le pertenecen a las provincias, de acuerdo a nuestra Constitución, no sean lo que en algunas veces dice la maldición de los recursos naturales, sino que sirva para mejorar la calidad de vida de la gente y sobre todo de las comunidades. En ese sentido estamos trabajando junto con la empresa nacional YPF para tener la primera fábrica de baterías de litios para almacenamiento, pero obviamente la diferencia que hay entre las tecnologías que tenemos nosotros y la tecnología que se desarrolla en otros países es muy grande, y una de las cosas que pueden salir de este seminario es que tendríamos que tener políticas o un plan único en lo que se refiere al cambio climático, porque si no, hace 30 años se produce litio en Catamarca y tal vez tengamos 10 autos eléctricos en toda la provincia. Creo que es una gran oportunidad este seminario, una gran oportunidad que la gente de la política, de tanto prestigio que ha pasado por acá, y que se puedan realizar conclusiones válidas como tener un plan único del manejo ambiental, porque el ambiente, como lo hemos podido observar, no tiene fronteras políticas. También, aparte de decir que Catamarca es un gran potencial minero, donde hay inversiones de todos los países, también ahora hay inversiones argentinas. Estamos desarrollando un centro tecnológico y bueno, sería muy bueno que tener relaciones. A veces hay muchas complicaciones cuando las naciones tienen relaciones, pero es mucho más fácil entre los intendentes o los gobernadores, como será el caso de California o los gobernadores que están acá. A veces a niveles nacionales hay intereses muchos más grandes. Y algo que yo quería exponer era lo que está pasando en Catamarca con datos concretos. Desde el 2000 al 2023 ha bajado la tasa de natalidad más de un 50%, y lo que ha pasado, yo fui joven y estudié en Japón, o lo que ha pasado en Europa en 30 años, desde el COVID para acá, ha pasado en Catamarca. El censo poblacional solamente ha aumentado el 16%. Bueno, y todo lo que es la globalización, algunos han hablado sobre ello, la inteligencia artificial, la robótica, son parte, hoy de todo el mundo y no solamente exclusiva de los países desarrollados. Inclusive también las enfermedades, ¿no? Yo en Antofagasta, la Sierra, donde se desarrolla el litio en los salarios a la gran altura, el intendente me pedía un hogar de ancianos y me pedía también un centro para el tratamiento de chicos con autismo. Eso es producto también del uso excesivo que está teniendo la tecnología en el mundo, que también hay que empezar a pensar y a ver qué es lo que vamos a hacer. También me sorprendió cuando, por las relaciones y por lo que uno ve, la cantidad de clientes nuevos que tenemos en la empresa. Nosotros tenemos una empresa estatal de energía, ha subido en esos años el 42-43%, la población ha subido el 16%, tenemos una política muy activa de hacer vivienda con doble pared y con calefones solares, pero bueno, no tiene relación porque estamos yendo a un mundo solitario, y le dije, bueno, empecemos a investigar cuánto es la huella de carbón en ese mundo solitario que estamos caminando. Y en el 2020-2021 consumíamos 260 kilowatts, y en el 2023 411. O sea, quiere decir que la huella de carbón del ciudadano es mucho más alta, y va a ser mucho más alta en el futuro que ahora. También hemos determinado una nueva ley de la huella de carbono, sobre todo para la industria y para las empresas mineras, porque le vamos a empezar a exigir que compren bono de carbón en Catamarca o en la región. Nosotros estamos convencidos que las políticas públicas son las que pueden cambiar el mundo, pero bueno, ya los expositores ya lo han hablado. Yo comparto que hay que tener un plan único de trabajo. Como último, les quiero decir que yo siempre le digo, porque bueno, yo estudié en Buenos Aires y también un poco en California y en Japón, pero le decía, bueno, el dengue no se conocía en Buenos Aires. Digo, bueno, se van a preocupar cuando llegue el dengue a través del cambio climático. Hoy en Catamarca hemos tenido este año, inclusive yo he tenido dengue, y también producto del calentamiento, y bueno, el mosquito avanza y está más tiempo activo, y no solamente el cambio climático, y he observado, cambia la vida de la gente a través de las enfermedades, también de las plantas. Tuvimos un insecto del maíz y hemos perdido la producción de maíz. Y también, si uno va un poco más allá, también le cambia el humor a la gente, porque bueno, la gente está acostumbrado a un clima, a una realidad, y eso se ve y se observa. Yo en lo personal creo que hay que ver el mundo como un todo. La última vez que estuve en Japón, hace un año, vi una pareja en un parque que estaba caminando con su robot perro, o sea, como un robot perro, y bueno, lo vi, lo observé, y digo, bueno, los chicos que hoy están conectados todo el día, cuando sean más grandes también van a estar conectados. Y inclusive hasta la justicia tiene que cambiar, porque bueno, si también para hacer este plan he preguntado también cuántos divorcios tiene Catamarca. Bueno, hubo una ley de aborto que se aprobó, qué es lo que ha pasado con eso. Y bueno, quería observar qué pasaba en Catamarca, y vi que la globalización ha sido en algunas cosas positivas, en otras cosas creo que hay que trabajar. Y también lo que me impresionó, que la globalización la vi en pueblos de 40 habitantes y de 200.000 habitantes, o sea que en el medio la tasa de natalidad bajó en Antofagasta, la sierra, con 40 habitantes, como en Catamarca. Y me sorprendió porque estaba en un pueblo muy lejano inaugurando una ruta, y vino una señora y me dijo que bueno, gracias por la ruta, pero quería internet. O sea, y digo, bueno, es mucho más fácil internet que la ruta, pero la verdad que las dos cosas. Pero bueno, creo que el mundo tiene que entender, y sobre todo las empresas que tienen mucho peso en la política de Estado, que veo que algunos líderes empresarios están prestando atención, que tenemos distintas necesidades. Cuando yo llego a Antofagasta, la gente me pide trabajo, inclusive el cacique me dice, yo quiero ser ingeniero. Y la gente y los empresarios están en su zona de confort, diciendo, no, yo traigo un ingeniero de cualquier país. Por eso el mundo está muy desequilibrado. Lo mismo creo que esta nueva era de la humanidad, tenemos que hacerla viendo un todo, viendo el clima, la tecnología, la inteligencia artificial, y es primera vez que el clima no tiene frontera. Y bueno, y en ese sentido vemos las inversiones que hay. El otro día leyendo una revista en lo que significa los países en la defensa, y si invertiríamos la mitad de lo que se invierte hoy en defensa, en el cambio climático, y un sueño sería ser como California, de tener el 100% de la energía renovable. Muchas gracias.
I feel like it was speed dating, but I really want to thank all of the mayors and the deputy minister and others for really providing us with a wealth of insight. And I think it also opened up a world of opportunity. So let me take just a few minutes to close this session out, because I really feel like it takes leaders like these who really know how to organize coalitions of advocates. This is not about who's the smartest. This is not about who the announcement or the next announcement is. It's about organizing young and old leaders, labor leaders, university professors. Oh, we did, no, that one isn't able to come. Oh, I'm so sorry. Rewind. Honorable Renzo Caramashi. I'm sorry, I scratched out the wrong one. Mayor of Bolzano, Italy. My apologies, sir. And you're going to be great no matter what. Thank you, sir.
Grazie, io sarò molto breve perché devo dire che sono affascinato, preoccupato da una parte perché parlare alla fine dopo aver sentito tanti esempi fantastici di città che hanno fatto, anche noi abbiamo fatto, se no non ci avrebbero invitato qui probabilmente, però devo riconoscere che c'è un filo comune che ci unisce di sensibilità, di volontà, dalla città di Parigi a quella di Valencia, che invidio, che mi complimento, a Bologna, alle bellissime parole del sindaco di Firenze. Anch'io sono alla fine del mio mandato e vorrei dire al sindaco di Firenze che contrariamente a lui io non ho Dante nella mia città, e però parlerò ancora italiano. Abbiamo solo un Minnesänger tedesco, Walter von der Vogelweide, ma lasciamo il tedesco e quindi mi addentro in italiano. Io volevo far vedere alcune, dove si manda avanti qui.
No, con questo. Questo dà un arrow. Scusi, con la freccia in basso.
Va bene. Allora, Bolzano è una città di piccolissime dimensioni, 100.000 abitanti, non è neanche un quarto del quartiere di Centocelle, è una strada di Parigi, di Madrid, è una piccola città, però i problemi sono equivalenti perché il clima non è che sia che dei confini a seconda delle dimensioni. Ovviamente le sensibilità, le necessità sono diverse, ma sono le velocità. Io qui vorrei sottolineare un fatto. Noi come Bolzano aderiamo al patto dei sindaci, alle Green City, e perché facciamo questo? Partecipando a una rete di città dove si pongono degli obiettivi molto misurabili. Si parte da una situazione e bisogna accelerare, perché altrimenti restiamo sempre nell'ambito delle parole, delle intenzioni. E noi italiani spesso siamo per vocazione, siamo bravi a parlare, non nel sottoscritto di certo, però dobbiamo essere concreti. Arrivo poi a una considerazione. Voi vedete qui quello che era la città di Bolzano, quella gialla, 107.000 abitanti. Nell'81 e oggi siamo 107.000 abitanti. Nel 24 però abbiamo consumato il 42% del territorio in più. Ed è una conformazione di modifica della società a cui va chiaramente pensato. Quando io sono nato vivevo in una casa di 50 metri quadri, eravamo in 4. Adesso chiaramente sono cresciuto, ho fatto la figlia, il nipote, adesso siamo in 2 in 80 metri quadri, eravamo in 4 in 50 e abbiamo bisogno di spazio egoistico. Quindi attenzione, una programmazione urbanistica assolutamente necessaria. L'altro è quello della necessità della mitigazione, perché il clima fuori non aspetta le nostre decisioni politiche. Noi siamo in ritardo, ha ragione il sindaco di Bologna, ha ragione il sindaco, tutti voi, se no non agiremo in questa situazione. Però c'è una valutazione che qui chiaramente abbiamo fatto tante cose che avete fatto tutti voi, abbiamo diminuito in modo radicale la CO2, andremo avanti, buttavamo miliardi di aria calda pulita, veramente controllata, che si può verificare dal nostro impianto di teleriscaldamento, adesso li abbiamo convinti a mettere sottoterra e a riscaldare le case, abbiamo diminuito l'equivalente di un 30 tonnellate di CO2 come se avessimo piantato 50.000 alberi nella città, e questo è positivo. Incominciano a capire, è conveniente, però c'è una variabile, qui lo dico veramente non con sofferenza ma con una certa amarezza, vedere il Papa che è rimasto solitario a predicare la pace. Guardate che la guerra sono fabbriche di armi, di morti, di distruzione, che distruggono il clima, distruggono famiglie, distruggono beni, case, ponti, infrastrutture. Quella ed è per l'ambiente, la guerra, è sempre in nome però di qualche interesse superiore. Io qua non faccio il tifo per nessuno, ma che l'uomo non abbia la capacità di confrontarsi, e lì sì che deve avere la forza di confrontarsi, perché l'Europa sta montando una serie di debiti. Noi navighiamo per uccidere, non per costruire quello che dobbiamo. Finora noi ci siamo alimentati, abbiamo debiti zero, abbiamo cancellato l'addizionale IRPEF, abbiamo capacità di investimenti per 60 milioni, siamo una città piccola, costantemente ogni anno. Però attingiamo ai fondi europei, ai fondi statali, a quello che viene di intensità che ci arriva da un'oculata amministrazione di parte corrente. Investiamo il 30% delle risorse a favore del sociale, perché abbiamo sempre più problemi. Bambini disabili, bambini ammalati, anziani, la società invecchia. Io qua io volevo sapere se c'era ancora il governatore della California, perché mi ha dato un entusiasmo. Io veramente felice e ammiratore di John Wayne, ho respirato nel suo intervento lo stesso entusiasmo e ho detto, mi sono detto, però adesso hai capelli bianchi, e mi è venuto, apro una parentesi sciocca, non ridete piccoli bianchi, però sei vecchio. E ho detto, accidenti, ho la stessa età di Donald Trump, ma i miei non li tingo, lui sì. E allora ho detto, sono andato in chiesa e ho detto, fammi restare a quel che sono e non farmi cambiare in certe direzioni. Quindi, al di là delle battute, spero che nessuno si offenda, io sono convinto che, attenzione, perché la capacità finanziaria, diceva bene il sindaco di Bologna, non è che togliamo alle classi povere, ma stiamo investendo per tutti. Ma se togliamo risorse che non sono infinite, la variabile finanziaria diventa importante, perché se concentriamo tutti i nostri sforzi sulle armi e la distruzione ci sarà meno soldi veramente per il clima. Non tutto costa, la velocità chiaramente sono ordinanze, noi abbiamo 40 e nel centro storico 30, abbiamo cambiato, mutuato, abbiamo imitato Bologna che è sempre un faro di avanguardia, però devo dire attenzione che i tempi diventeranno duri e il clima non aspetta la nostra velocità, noi siamo lenti, siamo in ritardo, siamo già in ritardo, quindi queste riunioni, da cui mi sono onorato di essere stato invitato, credo che servano sono delle sferzanti iniezioni di energia, di vitamine per convincere sempre di più i sindaci, le comunità locali e le città, è vero, sono più sensibili agli organismi di livello superiore, sono molto più lenti, le regioni, lo Stato, le comunità, le città, i paesi piccoli no, hanno una capacità perché sentono e vivono sulla propria pelle il problema. Quindi io invito, darò per quello che è ancora un anno che devo fare il sindaco, di accelerare, di mettere tutte le energie in questa direzione, accorciando i tempi degli interventi, perché il clima fuori non aspetta le nostre piccole e medie intelligenze, le nostre tentennamenti nelle decisioni che sono assolutamente necessarie. Vi ringrazio per l'ascolto, grazie di tutto quello che avete dato.
I'm pretty sure that was our call to action. And I really very much appreciate it. And let me just start a little bit again by talking how important it is to recognize that subnational efforts really form the basis for our climate action. It is where the rubber meets the road. It's where you can convince people that investments in clean energy are not sacrifices. They are, in fact, the opportunity of our lifetime and the opportunity of our children's lifetime. And so I think it's extremely important to take a look at what we can do together, how we can continue to build advocacy and alliances, because it's building that will bring strength and momentum and expansion in all of the work that we're doing together. So I really am incredibly impressed by the mayors and the deputy minister and others who have come up here and explained to us both the challenges and in clear terms the ability that they have had to make a difference in the world. Because every mayor I have ever known, including my own now, is in it to make a difference in the world, to make the community stronger. And when you think about it, this is frankly all about a transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. And with that transition, we have an opportunity to deliver clean air to the people in our communities. We have an ability to reduce the costs that they pay for electricity, to reduce the costs they pay on food. This is a long-term strategy for sure, but we must move fast and we must act together. I'm enormously proud of the work that President Biden did in the White House and the work that I helped with to advance the Inflation Reduction Act. I know that we've already invested $352 billion in private sector money to actually move our clean energy economy forward. That's 524 clean energy projects across 48 states. We are talking about both red and blue states. In fact, red states, which are the Republicans, where I never go, no, which are the Republican states, have more than 70% of the benefits so far of those investments. And we're talking about 272,000 jobs. This was designed with the idea that we were getting out of COVID and we needed to stop demanding investments in climate like it was a sacrifice instead of the only opportunity we have to build stable and reliable economies again. And so moving that forward was my pleasure and my challenge, and I'm glad that it got done. But I also recognize that we have much larger communities to serve. I recognize that the United States has not been able to garner the type of resources that we need to move forward in the developing world to actually pay them the debt that we owe them. And we must acknowledge that and continue to demand it. And even though I am not in government, I'm going to yell till the day I go, because we will have to get this done together. So while we have done well in the United States, we have not met our responsibility to the globe, our world. That's the challenge. And it begins at home. It begins at the community level. And it's so exciting to know that if we work together and we collaborate, we can not only do this in the developed world, but we can share the expertise and the understanding and the resources that are needed to raise every country so that they have the ability to thrive as we are. Thank you so much. Michael, we ready? Are you guys ready for more? You better be, it's coming.
Should we, you want me to let you off the stage?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thanks, Gina. My co-chair, we're going to let her off the stage because she's been on here for at least a couple of hours. Let's give her a hand. All right. Who's ready for a 4:30 in the afternoon session on governance? And I asked that in part as a joke, but also because it's incredibly important. If we think about the mass agenda, the mitigation, adaptation, and societal transformation, a lot of that is going to come down to local action, as we've heard all day, and a lot of that local action depends on local governance structures. And what do we mean by governance in this context? We mean the authorities that local community members, government people, private sector have around territorial authorities, around financial authorities, around regulatory authorities, around operational authorities. All of those kind of authorities are the levers that we have to pull as local officials in order to affect the transformational change that we're seeking. This is the real challenge. This is the how that lines up to the what that the mass agenda challenges us to do. And so while in some ways it feels like not as sexy and not as fun as talking about energy transformation or protecting the poor and vulnerable, this how is how we get all of those things done in meaningful ways. And
interestingly, across the world, even within particular national contexts, the governance is massively heterogeneous. The powers that the mayor of Boston have versus the mayor of New York versus the mayor of LA are totally different. The powers that the London mayor has versus some of his other colleagues in the UK, radically different. And that is true also. We're going to hear from a panel of incredible leaders in the so-called global north, but this is even more true as we talk about the entire global picture. So we've got 5 incredible, innovative climate leaders. As you already heard from Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, so we won't hear from her. We're going to just do the other 5 on the agenda. They're working in very, very different contexts. And this panel is going to be about what we can learn from their successes and how we might try to shape local governance going forward. So with that, let me call to the dais Mayor Sadiq Khan from London, was just elected to a historic 3rd term in a landslide victory on the back of his climate bona fides. So please.
Venice comes after him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mayor, would you like to stand here?
Thank you. Well, grazie. Thank you, Michael and Gina. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to His Holiness, not just for bringing us together, but for his unwavering commitment to the enduring task of caring for our common home. May I assure the Holy Father of the love, respect and prayers of the Archbishop of Westminster, Cardinal Vincent Nichols, and Catholics across London for his ministry and leadership. Just as St. Francis of Assisi, whose name was chosen at the beginning of his pontificate and who serves as a guide and inspiration throughout, His Holiness now serves as a guide and inspiration to countless people the world over. Catholics, believers of other faiths, and none alike. In that spirit, I'd like to convey as someone of Islamic faith, a practicing Muslim, how humbled and honored I am by the warmth with which I've been greeted here in one of the most sacred and spiritual sites in Christendom. Today and all days, we're reminded that faith is not a catalyst for division, but a mainspring for unity. Indeed, the Bible teaches that the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and keep it. While in Islam, the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, said, "The earth is green and beautiful, and Allah, God, has appointed you his stewards over it." So regardless of differing beliefs we live our lives by, we share a collective duty as custodians of this planet. We inherit it from the generation that came before, and our goal is to pass on a sustainable one to the generation that comes after. Esteemed members of the Pontifical Academies, my fellow mayors and governors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a profound honour to add the city which I proudly lead as a signatory to the Planetary Protocol for Climate Change Resilience, or as it's been renamed, the Plan of Action. We convene today in recognition of an incontrovertible truth, that our species is waging a war on the natural world, one that will ultimately lead to our ruin. Our lands are searing, our oceans are poisoned. The soil, air, water, everything that sustains life on Earth is under threat as never before. Our hopes of keeping 1.5 alive hang by a thread. The only viable future possible is one free from the grip of fossil fuels. And yet 80% of global energy demand is still being met by burning the lethal resources which will render our common home unlivable. As the Holy Father reminds us, the climate crisis is intimately related to the dignity of human life. Whether in London or across the globe, it's the most vulnerable, those who have contributed the least to this catastrophe, who are forced to shoulder the heaviest burden on the consequences. Time is short. We need to get to work. This is a moment which demands the courage to take decisions, meet responsibilities, and find a way. Here today we have a mayor who's fought to transform how people move around the city of light, Paris. A governor from the Golden State who's challenging the most powerful, well-funded interest group the world has ever seen, California. The leader of the city of the island hills, who's safeguarding the land and all living things for his people, Santiago. And so many others who've done so much for the future of their people and our planet. My ambition for London has been progress on every front. By establishing the largest zero-emission bus fleet in Western Europe and quadrupling the size of our cycle network, we've made it healthier and greener to navigate our city. By divesting our pension funds from fossil fuels and turning London into a global centre for green finance, we've made investing more sustainable. And by planting more than 500,000 trees and beginning a rewilding revolution, we're demonstrating that nature need not be remote but central to city life. Where we've made the greatest impact, however, is in cleaning the air Londoners breathe. Toxic air remains the gravest environmental threat to human health. Babies are born underweight. Children grow up with stunted lungs. Adults develop lung cancer, heart disease, and dementia, their whole existence clouded by illness, all because the air isn't fit to breathe. As rightly stated in the protocol, and as the Holy Father said earlier, millions of people across the world, including thousands in London, are taken before their time every year due to air pollution. We must also recognise that air quality is a matter of social justice and racial justice, because if you're poor, or if you're black, Asian, or an ethnic minority, the more likely you are to breathe dirty air. Yet there's nothing inevitable about the scale of the misery and injustice. In London, we've made remarkable progress demonstrating that it's entirely preventable, with much of the headway owed to one policy in particular, our ultra-low emission zone. The London ultra-low emission zone is a highly targeted scheme designed to get the most pollution vehicles off our streets. Because of its success in inner London, last summer, we successfully expanded its coverage to the whole of our city, making it the largest clean air zone in the world. More than 9 million Londoners now breathe cleaner air, lives will be saved, and health outcomes improved. Thanks to the ultra-low emission zone and many of the policies we've introduced, roadside nitrogen dioxide pollution has been cut in half, with initial figures showing it's reached its lowest level on record in London. When I first took office, we had almost 500 schools located in areas with illegal levels of air. It's now under 20, soon it'll be 0. When I first ran to be mayor in 2016, experts told us it would take 193 years to bring London's air within legal limits. Because of our policies, we will do it next year. There are though two parts to this story. The London ultra-low emission zone has proved to be one of the most effective environmental interventions anywhere in the world. It's also proved to be the toughest challenge I've faced in the 30 years I've held public office. Good policy making means helping people adapt to change. And I must stress that some Londoners held genuine concerns about the impact of expanding our clean air zone. And for that very reason, City Hall offered financial support to every driver with a non-compliant vehicle. But what was not foreseen was the scale of the political resistance encountered, which included a highly sophisticated, well-funded online misinformation campaign to subvert the policy, a group of municipal councils challenging the expansion in London's High Court, a national government abandoning key climate policies, pushing its net zero target even further from reach. All this was done with the belief that by attacking the climate agenda, they could advance a political one. My main opponent in the recent mayoral election even sought to make scrapping the ultra-low emission zone the central offer of their campaign. Every election is a choice, and my election earlier this month was a choice of whether Londoners wanted to see their city strive forward or be dragged backward. The manifesto on which I stood recommitted London to a net zero target of 2030 and pledged to electrify the remainder of our bus fleet, make our rivers swimmable, ensure London is the world's first electric vehicle-ready global city, and help our schools harness the power of the sun. 2 weeks ago to the day, Londoners made their decision. A landslide victory meant I was given the honour of serving as London's mayor for a historic third term. I share this not to feel self-satisfied. Our triumph is not final. Our victory is far from certain. I share London's story to demonstrate that the path to both human progress and political success is green. Our election was a microcosm of what's happening in geopolitics. All of us are now engaged in a battle of ideals that's been waged across the world. Together, we must show that the strategy of denial and delay leads only to despair and defeat. And instead, our offer of a more healthy, just and brighter future for all is the one that will prevail. The need is great, the time is now, and the place to act is our cities. Let me conclude by saying this. The fight against the climate crisis reminds us there is nothing inevitable about progress. It is slow, difficult, uneven, but it's entirely possible and always worth the effort. My experience has taught me that this is not the time to back down, but to double down. Alongside my fellow mayors and governors, I intend to deliver the cleaner, greener, healthier tomorrow for those that I serve. A better future is now visible. Our cities and regions have traced the outline. Now we must make it whole. For today, we stand proud of what we've achieved, honest about the challenges ahead, united in our belief that they can and will be overcome. And with the Holy Father's words in our ears, encourage us, we pray, in our struggle for justice, love, and peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I know we're tight on time, so I didn't get the chance to ask this question, but it'll be really interesting to see. We've seen over, you know, watching other mayors throughout the world as they come into that second and third term, as they get better at manipulating the levers of government, they're able to have more impact. And we look forward to your third term and seeing what the impact you can have. Great. So with that, let me, we have a slight change in just the order. So let me ask the Honorable Luigi Bernaro, Mayor of Venice, to please approach and deliver some remarks. Thank you.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti. Io parlerò in italiano, così non faccio ridere nessuno. Prima di iniziare, ho scritto un discorso che poi lascerò agli atti. Volevo soltanto dire proprio due parole rispetto a questa riunione molto importante di cui insomma, vi ringrazio di avermi invitato. Ho percepito, lo devo dire perché purtroppo ho un dono che è quello, un dono è anche un problema mio, che è quello della verità. Almeno cerco di dire sempre la verità. Mi è sembrato che abbiamo in mente un mondo di buoni e un mondo di cattivi. Attenzione, io sono un sindaco di un'amministrazione di centrodestra e sono totalmente convinto che ci sono i cambiamenti climatici in corso. Per cui io credo che la politica, questa è politica con la P maiuscola, e il Santo Padre secondo me ha capito bene questa cosa e ha cercato in tutti i modi, ha chiesto che tutti fossero e potessero collaborare per salvare questo pianeta. Per cui credo che una delle cose che dovrebbe emergere alla fine sia l'idea di farlo insieme. Farlo insieme, coinvolgere tutti, anche le persone più difficili, forse anche convincere una persona sola dopo una riunione così, è un fatto importante, se pensiamo che l'uomo è al centro di questi nostri interventi. Poi ognuno lo fa meglio che può, con la sua coscienza, ognuno lo fa con la sua religione. Io sono cattolico, il sindaco di Londra ha una cultura islamica, una religione islamica, però non c'è nessun problema, siamo qua apposta per ragionare insieme, ma dobbiamo ragionare non con l'idea di strumentalizzare un problema reale. Allora io vi dico, e dopo leggo il mio discorso e sto zitto, perché voglio raccontarvi cosa abbiamo fatto a Venezia, perché noi viviamo sull'acqua, ho sentito che l'aria è importante, vi garantisco che l'acqua anche l'acqua, perché l'acqua è importante. Io quello che vi invito davvero è avere l'idea di farlo insieme, e non ci sono soltanto i negazionisti, ci sono anche quelli che sono estremisti ambientalisti che impediscono le azioni ambientali. Questo va detto con sincerità. Cioè, se io devo agire sul territorio e siamo d'accordo che, e dobbiamo appunto, i manifesti, la scienza servono per trovare delle direzioni comuni, questo è ovvio, non si tratta di agire in maniera scomposta e individuale, ci mancherebbe. Sono qua per questo, per prima di tutto ascoltare. Io racconto solo quello che ho fatto io, ma ho imparato molto oggi. Però qualcuno ha usato spesso la parola io affronto con umiltà. Io tutta questa umiltà non l'ho proprio sentita. L'umiltà è anche quello di ascoltare anche quelli che hanno avuto difficoltà, che hanno perplessità e che qualche volta non sono allineati ancora, ma è questo l'operazione che deve fare il cattolico, il cristiano, è quello di evangelizzare, cioè convincere anche l'altro, la persona che è più riottosa, che fa più fatica, che magari culturalmente ha dei problemi magari legati appunto all'economia, al lavoro. Il tema è ambiente e povertà, questi sono i due dati che il Santo Padre ci pone e questi sono dati di fatto per tutti. Non c'è qualcuno che può alzare la bandiera del diritto di io difendo l'ambiente o io difendo la povertà, dobbiamo difenderla tutti. E la povertà, secondo me, si risolve col lavoro e con l'integrazione. I cambiamenti climatici li risolviamo con la scienza, scienza sì o scienza no? Se è scienza sì, allora lo diciamo tutti insieme e quando è il momento di farlo, dobbiamo farlo. I temi dell'energia nucleare di fusione, che oggi non ho sentito, qualcuno li ha già, noi non ce li abbiamo. Li poniamo perché questi sono temi veri. E bisogna avere coraggio, non solo coraggio di fare piste ciclabili e piantare alberi, perché francamente questo penso sia abbastanza facile. Nel salutare gli illustri relatori e i presenti, voglio ringraziare gli organizzatori per l'invito. Lo faccio davvero di cuore, cui ho aderito perché desidero mettere a disposizione le esperienze maturate da Venezia sul tema della governance dell'acqua. È ancora forte l'emozione della visita del Santo Padre a Venezia dello scorso 28 aprile, quando nell'omelia ha ricordato, parole testuali, se oggi guardiamo a questa città di Venezia, ammiriamo la sua incantevole bellezza, ma siamo anche preoccupati per le tante problematiche che la minacciano. I cambiamenti climatici, che hanno un impatto sulle acque della laguna e sul territorio, la fragilità delle costruzioni, dei beni culturali, ma anche quella delle persone. Un'emozione che si è ripetuta poco fa nell'udienza con Papa Francesco. Siamo tutti consapevoli di come Venezia e la sua laguna siano in prima linea nei cambiamenti dovuti alla crisi climatica. Ma la storia e la sopravvivenza di Venezia da 1600 anni è la fiducia nell'ingegno dell'uomo, nella scienza e nella tecnologia applicata. La Repubblica Serenissima era una repubblica, ha saputo, pensate che è stata la prima repubblica libera di quei tempi a riconoscere la Costituzione degli Stati Uniti d'America. Questo per dire il tema della libertà e della partecipazione. La Repubblica Serenissima ha saputo nei secoli dominare le acque, trasformando, perché io ho in mente sempre l'uomo al centro di tutta questa trasformazione, trasformando la vulnerabilità in opportunità. E ancora oggi sta affrontando Venezia la sfida per la salvaguardia di una città fragile e delicata. Oggi tocca a Venezia, domani toccherà a tanti altri luoghi del mondo. I cicli delle maree, 6 ore crescono, 6 ore calano, sono il metronomo della città, ma ne garantiscono anche l'igiene urbana con lo scambio dell'acqua salmastra. Venezia e il suo paesaggio lagunare sono dunque il risultato di un processo dinamico che dimostra l'interazione nel tempo tra l'uomo e il suo ecosistema. Proprio l'intervento antropico si distingue per le elevate capacità tecniche e creative nella realizzazione di opere idrauliche e architettoniche, dove l'elemento di congiunzione è rappresentato proprio dall'acqua nelle sue diverse forme, di superficie e sotterranea, dolce e salata, di risorgiva e di sorgente. Un accumulo di saperi che ha portato anche alla nascita, proprio a Venezia, dei primi brevetti 500 anni fa, nel 1474, per tutelare l'intelletto, il pensiero, l'intuizione. I brevetti nascono a Venezia. E tra i primi brevetti ci furono proprio strumenti essenziali come scavatrici per dragare i canali e modelli di scavafango, invenzioni tecnologiche tali da garantire alla città l'impegno nel trovare nuove scoperte e soluzioni a beneficio della stessa. Una tutela che è libertà d'impresa. E applicando la tecnologia sembrava impossibile. Lo scorso 3 ottobre 2020, in piena epoca Covid, per la prima volta Venezia ha fermato il mare nel mondo. Il Mose, il sistema Mose, ha tenuto l'acqua eccezionalmente alta fuori dalla laguna. Un evento non isolato che si è ripetuto poi per altre 50 volte e continua a ripetersi. Il Mose funziona, contro tutti i comitati che continuavano a dire che non avrebbe funzionato e avrebbe devastato la città. Ora, con il progetto Venezia Città Campus, vogliamo riportare sempre più sapere in città, attirando giovani studenti provenienti da tutta Europa, offrendo loro sempre più servizi. Qui c'è il distretto industriale di Porto Marghera, dove diversi brevetti portarono anche Giulio Natta a prendere il Nobel per la chimica nel 1963 per lo studio sui polimeri, che oggi è sede di sperimentazioni e innovazioni, come quella dell'idrogeno. Noi abbiamo aperto il primo distributore idrogeno in Italia, fisso, lo stiamo sperimentando da 3 anni, perché non c'è solo l'elettrico, c'è anche l'idrogeno. E abbiamo avviato concretamente uno stabilimento di produzione di idrogeno. Pensate che il primo corso di scienze ambientali si è tenuto all'Università di Ca' Foscari e che questa attività di ricerca prosegue tuttora. Dall'anno prossimo l'Istituto Universitario di Architettura di Venezia, IUAV si chiama così, avvierà il Polo dell'Acqua, con 3 nuovi corsi magistrali biennali previsti in lingua inglese, in scienza e progettazione per lo spazio costiero e marittimo, in mobilità sostenibile e connessioni intelligenti in ambienti marini e costieri, e in ingegneria per le energie rinnovabili in ambienti costieri. Le nostre apparenti difficoltà sono diventate così punti di forza per le nuove generazioni. Nella gestione delle acque, l'amministrazione comunale di Venezia ha anche cercato fondi e spinto moltissimo per investimenti strategici e connessi alle politiche di mitigazione degli effetti climatici, quali la realizzazione di grandi idrovore e vasche di laminazione, che possono garantire la sicurezza idraulica della terraferma veneziana. Sono delle grandi vasche in cemento armato che abbiamo costruito nel periodo del Covid, che oggi una delle 2 è già funzionante, è il doppio di questa stanza, per rendervi conto, dove le acque tracimano e diventano inquinate, finiscono in questa vasca quando ci sono queste grandi piogge e poi con delle grandi pompe vengono pompate verso il depuratore che le purifica e escono pulite nei canali. Cose già fatte, non vi sto raccontando progetti così fantasiosi, cose che abbiamo fatto e metteremo a disposizione appunto anche di questa accademia, se volesse, anche per venirle a vedere, per queste laminazioni delle acque diventeranno fondamentali. Abbiamo quindi investito tra i 50 e gli 80 milioni di euro per queste idrovore, una completata e l'altra in corso di realizzazione, oltre che per vasche e altri strumenti. Una scelta ambientale perché evitiamo che le acque di prima pioggia tracimino, allagano la città e si meschino con la fognatura. Questo a Mestre, nella parte di terraferma, non in centro storico. Attenzione, è stata data anche all'impianto acquedottistico per ridurre le perdite occulte, tantissime negli impianti di trasferimento dell'acqua, e quindi lo spreco di acqua inserendo sensori nella rete gestiti dall'intelligenza artificiale. Dal punto di vista urbanistico, ad esempio, è stato realizzato un accordo di programma per la realizzazione di un parco fluviale nel fiume Marzenego che attraversa Mestre per un'area di circa 23 ettari. La pianificazione comunale ha posto l'attenzione su ambiti di rilevante valore naturalistico, che valorizzati possono costituire elementi ritrovati del paesaggio urbano. Ecco, sottolineo, grazie ad accordi pubblico-privati. Noi abbiamo agito assieme ai privati, perché io credo al concetto di sussidiarietà. Il privato è comunque un pezzo di pubblico. L'interesse del privato può e deve essere messo in relazione col pubblico. Io propongo una attività assieme ai privati, assieme anche alle persone che hanno degli interessi, l'importante è che siano trasparenti e dichiarati, in maniera tale che insieme si risolvono queste cose, si va più lontano. Diversamente ci sono blocchi, contestazioni, problematiche e non si riesce a raggiungere l'obiettivo che è quello appunto di decarbonizzare appunto l'aria. Si tratta di un esempio pratico su come recuperare le aste fluviali, nell'idea che il bacino imbrifero caratterizza il territorio e che l'acqua che arriva in laguna e poi al mare va tenuta pulita fin dalle sue sorgenti in montagna. Dobbiamo seguire tutto il processo dell'acqua. Un'altra scuola di pensiero sostiene al contrario che salvaguardare il territorio significhi lasciare che la natura faccia il proprio corso, in una sorta di autoregolamentazione incontrollata che l'uomo deve subire. Noi siamo convinti che serva più coraggio. L'intelligenza dell'uomo e le scoperte scientifiche sono messe a disposizione per gestire le risorse, per mitigare o magari evitare che la forza dirompente della natura possa creare situazioni di pericolo per la stessa incolumità dell'uomo. Il nostro impegno quindi deve essere quello di non minimizzare i rischi ambientali, non minimizzare questi rischi. E possiamo trovarci a dover affrontare, ma valorizzare i sistemi per superarli. La prima vera forma di prevenzione è non avere paura, ma credere nel progresso. Questo sarà anche uno dei temi guida della Biennale Architettura 2025, prossimo anno. Intelligence sarà il titolo, dove dovremo approfondire la pratica di diverse forme di intelligenza. Per secoli in molti si sono interrogati su come salvare Venezia. E se fosse invece Venezia a offrire possibili ricette di salvezza? Quelli citati sono solo alcuni esempi, sto andando alla conclusione. Ma l'ingegno nel passato, così come nel presente, è sempre stato il motore dell'innovazione e proprio Venezia è stata in grado di capire quanto fosse importante proteggere e tutelare questo aspetto della condizione umana, attraendo menti eccelse e ricchezza intellettuale, elevandosi tra le potenze mondiali dell'epoca, perché, io dico sempre, Venezia è la più antica città del futuro. Ora, riconosciuta e indiscussa regina dei mari e quindi dell'acqua, è a disposizione per affrontare questa nuova sfida. Vi aspettiamo tutti dal 29 maggio al 2 giugno al Salone Nautico di Venezia, dove non si parla solo di imbarcazioni, ma soprattutto di sostenibilità e di ambiente, mettendo al centro quello che si definisce oro blu. Giunto alla quinta edizione, è diventato il Salone di Venezia un punto di riferimento mondiale in tema di presentazione di prototipi e tecnologie innovative per imbarcazioni ibride, elettriche e futuribili, proprio sotto il profilo della sostenibilità ambientale e della navigabilità rispettosa degli effetti sul moto ondoso. tanto preoccupante per Venezia e le zone costiere, perché come amo dire, chi tocca il mare e quindi l'acqua, tocca il mondo. Grazie ancora per questa possibilità di parlarvi, è stato un onore.
Grazie. Thank you, Mayor Brunaro. All right, so next up we have a governor of a metropolitan region in Santiago, Chile, who has served both as the mayor of one of the 32 municipalities, as the appointed intendente of the region, and now as the elected governor. So someone who has worked in all aspects of this governance system. Let me introduce Governor Claudio Orrego.
Well, thank you. Thank you, of course, the Vatican and everyone that's organized this meeting. We have a slogan for our project in metropolitan area Santiago, which is recover the city for the people. A livable city for all. And as probably you know, Santiago is the capital of Chile. It has 8 million people, 52 different municipalities within the metropolitan area, and it accounts for 42% of the population of the country. So it's quite big, both relative and absolutely. And of course, as any big city has its lights and shadows. We are a city that works. We are proud of our infrastructure, both physical and electronically. We have a good educational system. We have a good health system. But as many cities that are represented here, has also a big shadow. We are a divided city. A very well-known poet from Chile called Nicanor Parra had a very short poem about this. Said, I have 2 loaves of bread. You eat 2, I eat 0, both on average eat 1. We call that the tyranny of averages. And when it comes to climate change, we're facing tyranny of averages at the city level. I would say that, climate change is the new face of inequality in many of our cities. I'm the first elected governor in the history of Santiago. So for us, it's been a challenge, both technical and political, to embrace a climate change agenda without all the powers and all the money that we need. And that, really made us think, which model of leadership are we going to have? The solo player model of leadership, where you have all the power and you just enforce things, or the orchestra director type of approach, which means that you cannot do it alone. You need to ask for other people to come, private sector, academic sector, local governments, national governments, and of course citizens. And of course we chose the latter. We said that, first thing is, we had a philosopher in Chile, Humberto Maturana, that said that language creates reality. So the first thing we did is we declare the climate emergency of Santiago without any powers, without knowing really what it meant. But we declare it because we knew by the data that we had something important to face. That was the first measure. Then we gather people, we gather the orchestra, and we worked for 1.5 years, and we are the first region in the country to have what we call the modern action plan for climate change. It's not a diagnosis, it's not an academic paper. He has goals, he has dates, he has a budget, and he has different people and different institutions with responsibilities in this plan. So what are the main issues of this plan? But the first thing is, we know that we have to preach by example. We have to lead by example. So we put our wallet where we put our mouth. So we're investing in climate change actions in Santiago more than the National Ministry of Environment is investing in the whole country. And we don't have that much money. But I insist, we're putting our wallet where we put our mouth. What are we doing? We have a plan that has 5 levels. One, and the first is mobility. And as in a very centralized country, we're still a very centralized country, even though I was elected in 2021. I ran for re-election in October, so hopefully you will give me some energy, dear Sadiq, for that re-election. So we say we cannot do everything in mobility. We have to partner with the national government that runs the metro. We have the second largest metro in Latin America. But then we are pushing forward our electromobility agenda. So we have, out of the almost 7,000 buses in Santiago, 3,000 of them are already electric. We're building the largest network of bike lanes in Latin America, 800 kilometers of high-standard bike lanes, integrated, but this is very important, integrated with metro. Because we don't believe in either buses or metro or bikes or cars. We believe in an intermodality integration. So we have stations for bikes in every metro station. So we'll integrate this system. In this, we're running some of these aspects. We're investing in subsidies to change taxis to electric taxis in Santiago. The second is energy. Already 75%, not 100% as California, but 75% of our energy matrix is renewable, and of which 24 is solar, and that is increasing. Chile will have the highest percentage of solar energy in the world by the end of next year. Third, extreme heat. And this is where language comes in. We were invited to be part of a network of an alliance against extreme heat in the world, where 3 years ago nobody was really talking about it. And what things we have done? First, we created the first red code. It's a national protocol. It started as a regional one, and now it's a public policy. When we have temperatures above the average, historical average in Santiago and in Chile right now, we will elaborate protocols with the health system, with the educational system, with the labor department to regulate the way people confront these extreme heat waves. Also, we did very simple things. We bought 100 ambulances with air conditioning, because we knew that in poor places, ambulances didn't have air conditioning for these extreme heat events. And of course, as many other cities that are presented here, and of which I really am grateful, because we get inspired and we get ideas of things we can do, we have a very strong urban forestation program. We call it pocket forests, so we are cherry-picking slots in the city that have extreme heat, and we made up a forest in that area with the participation of the community. We are doing also green roofs in different areas, especially hospitals. And of course, at the end of the day, we are making a huge campaign to make people aware that, as someone was just mentioned, more people are dying because of extreme heat than other aspects of climate change in the world. The thing is a silent death. People do not say, you died because of heat, you died because of a stroke, because of another body failure. And so we need to educate people in that regard. We also are doing some planning. We need to have a new regional plan, and this might be technical, but we need to address the risk of our city, saying what can be done and where, and what can't be done, especially around the basins of our 2 rivers that get a lot of flooding, and also how we cannot explode the agricultural land surrounding Santiago just to make new urban development. And last but not least, we have our water strategy. And this is very interesting, because we don't have any powers regarding water administration. Water supply is privatized in Chile. We have a National Ministry of Public Works that runs it. And even though that, we have a very strong, probably the most important water security agenda in the country. So we have a governance structure that is a pilot one. It's not a law, but we're kind of experimenting as we go with private users, with national authorities, with academics, with activists, and ourselves running this for 2 years already, trying to manage the basin of our main river, which is considered to be among the 9 most hydric stress rivers in the world, and out of which comes 80% of our water consumption in Santiago. So it's a very important thing. We just financed 30 local strategies for hydric efficiency. We are influencing the pricing structure, so overconsumption will be overpriced. We are experimenting in the reuse of water within Santiago. So we have a very strong action plan regarding, we are subsidizing mechanisms to save water in the house, and we're teaching people to do it. And of course, in a city that is surrounded by mountains, we used to have a lot of snow and a lot of glaciers around the city. Make people think that we are lacking water is very difficult. So we have to do a lot of education and cultural campaigns in order to make that happen. And the most important thing, and this brings me, I was hearing Sadiq Khan, and even though it comes from a different party, I remember what Winston Churchill once said, that the difference between a politician, a regular politician, and a statesman is that the politician is thinking only in the next election, and the statesman is thinking in the next generation. And so one of our projects is to have a national park in Santiago that will protect 140,000 hectares around the glaciers of the upper mountain to forbid mining and the risk of whatever that means for the city. Nobody understands this because people say, you know, you're going against economic development. And I say, no. We're saving the source of water for 3 more generations, and we're allowing the people to protect the mountains, which are a common good. So yeah, let me finish. What I've learned over my years, you need good diagnosis, you need good plans, but at the end of the day, you need political will, you need leadership, and you need power. The forces against these action plans are enormous. And you cannot be naive. You can be idealistic. I'm a very idealistic person. But you cannot be naive. There's power against it. Second, international cooperation and academic cooperation is absolutely essential. You cannot and you should not try to reinvent the wheel. People are doing things everywhere that you can learn. Third, you need new institutions and new types of governance. And in that sense, for example, in the water component of our strategy, we're still in a very weak institutional setting. And we need to build a new one. But we cannot wait until we have that institutional setting. So we have to, walk and eat gum at the same time. And last but not least, I think we need also a new concept of democracy, intergenerational democracy. We're voting for the people who are acting now, but the results of that voting will last forever. So how do you do that? I don't know, but we have to think out of the box. Last but not least, and this is something that really comes to my heart, I think we are in a moment where all this crisis, we can blame others. We can blame the oil companies, we can blame the whatever groups, interest groups are there, but at the end of the day, this has to do with a triple disconnection. Disconnection with nature, disconnection with our inner spirit, and disconnection with others. And unless we reconnect ourselves as leaders, academics, priests, nuns, whatever, we are not going to be able to face the crisis that we're confronting as a human race. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I love this interplay between the soft power and the hard power, and the convening power that mayors have, and governors and others have in order to drive the agenda forward. So With that, let me welcome Roberto Galtari, our host from Rome, to the stage. Please come. As he comes, I'll observe that we have 3 capital mayors. So it's an interesting, how the national government interacts in capital cities is a particular phenomenon that we see all over the world. So we're interested in your remarks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Allow me to thank the Holy Father, the Pontifical Academy of Science and of Social Sciences for organizing this very fantastic and extremely important summit. At the heart of this summit, there is a commitment that Rome has embraced with conviction, the need to effect, as Pope Francis told us today, a transition from climate crisis to climate resilience, inequality, and social justice. A transition which strongly believe requires a comprehensive approach in which mitigation and adaptation are deeply connected with societal transformation. Environmental and social sustainability and justice are 2 sides of the same coin. And in this respect, the local administration have a key role to play, not only because many of the actions needed for addressing climate change have to be adopted and implemented at city level, but also because local administrations are the level of government closest to the citizens and can do a lot in promoting the sense of community, the values of solidarity and fraternity, which are fundamental because ecological conversion is also a community conversion. And in this respect, governance plays a key role, not only as a dimension of internal organization of how to better take and implement the right decision, but also as a way to better involve and make protagonists the citizens and implement this community-spirited and way of action all together. Rome is deeply affected by climate change, which is a reality of the present and not a risk of the future. We have experienced the greatest temperature increase among all Italian big cities in recent decades. The average temperature for the period 2011-21 is plus 1.7 degrees. Then for the period 81-2010, 9% of our population lives in neighborhoods at risk during periods of prolonged heat waves. 400,000 people live in areas at hydrogeological risk. So we need bold, decisive, and immediate action. And for the reason we have improved our governance first as a first point by promoting a transversal intervention model. We have created, was one of my first acts as elected mayor, a climate office to act as a link between all the parts of city administration, integrating them into a coherent framework of priorities with practical targets and concrete actions to achieve them. All the action we are taking, to make an example, in the run-up of the investment for preparation of the Catholic Jubilee, or implementing a next generation EU plan, or spending our national, regional, local resources, are in line with the direction of a city that is more resilient to climate challenge and promote sustainable, inclusive development. Second, and very important dimension of this governance change is also to try to engage all stakeholders. We are currently working to sign a climate city contract to be signed and shared by all the stakeholders of the city, not only those related with our administration, but those who are in town, let's say, at all levels, public, private, national, local, whoever is in town. We are asking them to sign this climate city contract. And we are expanding this horizontal dimension. I will come back to that also in promoting local action by communities and in the more than 300 neighborhoods of Rome. Of course, it's also important as far as we talk about governance, also the vertical dimension of governance. We cannot do everything only horizontally. We need coherence, we need resources, we need tools to solve a number of problems. To make an example, we are working on the hydrogeological risk. Something we can do at our level on our rivers, but if they don't do upstream on the sources of the river, then other actors, what we do is pointless. So if we don't find a way to integrate this horizontal and vertical dimension around specific targets, then we cannot achieve our goals. So we work on 3 pillars as mass strategy. The first is mitigation. We have adopted a climate plan, raising the 2030 target for cutting CO2 emissions to minus 66%. Previous plan was minus 51%, and we consider this achievable also because there has been a decline in emission in the last years. So it can be done. We have to believe that can be done, and we would like not only to reduce emission, but also to make Rome a laboratory for innovations and that are possible in renewable energy production, distribution, sustainable mobility, circular economy, also creating learning from others and putting in place best practice that could be also exported in other parts of the world. And I think this horizontal dialogue among citizens, territories, administration is really crucial. The ongoing and finance investment for climate and urban renewal are unprecedented amount to more than 10 billion euros through the Italian Recovery Plan, the Catholic Jubilee Plan, national, European and regional funds, and our administrative budget. The second pillar is our climate adaptation strategy that we presented in January and we intend to finalize by this summer. It has 4 main priorities. First, increasing intensity and frequency of heavy rainfall and flooding. Second, security of water supply in a scenario of prolonged droughts. Third, heat waves and rising temperatures. And 4, coastal erosion in a scenario of rising sea levels. And we are affected by all these 4 dimensions, obviously. And let me now briefly outline some concrete examples of the actions that we are taking on this area. First, on mitigation, of course, we identified the sources of emission in Rome are buildings 53%, cars, transport 35%. So, of course, these are the 2 main targets. And in these 2 sectors, we are concentrating our greatest effort with the major transformative interventions, but always trying to linking together energy efficiency, renewal, and retrofit of building, but also a broader concept of social and urban regeneration, because very often we intervene in very degraded, complex suburbs. And so these interventions are all designed by linking challenges of climate mitigation adaptation with also energy innovation and social, most important, social innovation. With the same approach, we are intervening in the transport system, which is one of Rome's greatest vulnerabilities. Interventions such as those to complete the sea metro line, whose construction site you can see these days, starting with this wonderful museum station in Piazza Venezia, but also with 4 new tram lines, with the purchase of 411 electric buses, 121 trams, 40 metro trains, and as our Santiago friends also said, we are working on a mass concept of integrating interoperability of different tools, also with the support of digital innovation. We are also experimenting production of green hydrogen as a complementary fuel for part of our bus fleet. And taking inspiration from London, from Sadiq leadership, we are also implementing a low-emission zone, which is challenging, but we want to implement with, of course, some specific safeguard for more vulnerable citizens. We are on building, we are renovating 212 schools in order but schools will also be not just a place where to put photovoltaic panels, but the laboratory for a project that is strategic for us because it brings together environmental and social objectives, such as energy communities. We want to install solar panels so the energy produced can be shared with families living in energy poverty, and we want to pursue the objectives of reclaiming public spaces with local associations. So in the first energy, to make an example, community we inaugurated in January this year. Solar panels were installed on the roof of a building housing in the Istituto Vaccari, which cares for children and young people in difficulty. In coming weeks, we will adopt a regulation to involve structurally association and third sector organization in the implementation of these projects. So we are making the roofs of Rome, or all Rome's public buildings, available for projects that not only reduce emissions, but also want to strengthen the social resilience of neighborhoods and the sense of community. To fully develop energy communities in private buildings, we are working with the EIB in order to find financial solutions for addressing the current market failure, which prevents bank credit to finance properly group of households who create an energy community. This is a very important topic in my view. With our waste management plan, we will reduce the emissions of our waste cycle by more than 90%, and the vehicles of our waste company will be propelled with the biomethane produced with organic waste biodigestion. Water management, and we do a lot of urban forestation. We have a plan of planting 1 million trees by 2026. This is both for mitigation and adaptation. We are working with the European community to more targeted ways of urban forestation in the area more vulnerable to heat waves. Water management is another priority. We set some clear priorities and change of approach, in particular to ensure the wise use of water resources. So we are now investing to double the capacity of the city main aqueduct, the Peschiera, with a 1.2 billion investment, but also on reducing the water leakage, and in particular implementing a plan to reuse the water, which is extremely important to use for watering parks, for industrial purposes, for agriculture, for washing the street. And many of you will have seen the Trevi fountain, where the water comes from the Acqua Virgo, or the Gianiculum fountain, where it comes from the Acqua Paula. And we want to connect the big water treatment plants in Rome to this network of aqueducts that are some very ancient, that crisscross the city, some of which are very close by, to increase the flow and use it to irrigate Rome's park, to give people the opportunity, even in the summer months, to find shelter from the intense heat. A change of approach that we also wanted to make in the project for renovation of the main square of the next year Catholic Jubilee. We are renovating a lot of square, and of course we are trying to always make the soil more permeable, to make more trees, less space for cars. And now I just introduced another innovation in our governance system. I create an office for urban quality connected with the office of climate office, that his main purpose was to create problems to my other office. So they will enter in any procedure, any work, any street maintenance, anything, any office say they need, that this guy say, okay, it's fine. And he has to check the material. Are you using the proper material that is permeable? Are you putting as many trees as possible? And you reduces car space as much as possible, at least as much as we can. So it will be a bit of complication, but then now everything has to pass through this office, and they have to, let's say, okay, you do the maximum possible in terms of urban quality, which has inside this, of course, climate dimension very, very strongly. Of course, as I said, the mitigation adaptation as mass strategy is not sufficient. We really need to reshape our cities, and so transformation is fundamental, and this is how we come to the concept of 15 minute cities, which is not just a way of reducing the need of commuting across the city by bringing services closer to where the citizens live. Is also, this is extremely important in this respect, but it also aims at promoting proximity as a fundamental principle. The closeness and accessibility of services has to be linked also to a concept of quality identity of public spaces, essential to make people feel less lonely, to help them strengthen their social ties, to feel that they are part of a community. So we are developing a number of interventions, developing close dialogue with the citizens, creating new squares and restoring degraded area, make pedestrian, all these things to try to involve them and make citizen protagonists, to make them feel the ownership as much as possible of this, and here really where the dimension of fraternity, of community is essential tool for promoting this third leg, third pillar of MAST, which does not only involve how we shape physically the city, but how we shape spiritually and make the community dimension a profound and extremely powerful tool of changing, of change, of transformation. And in this respect, children are fundamental. We will have in Rome next year the World Gathering of Children with the Holy Father, and the concept is that we don't have much, we have also to teach things to children. We have to learn from children, because probably children know better than us what needs to be done in this respect. So I think then another governance challenge is how we can better learn from our children respect to how our cities must become. So we thank you for this gathering and this fantastic conference. We fully share what Pope Francis wrote in Laudato Si, caring for the world that surrounds and sustains us, meaning caring for ourselves, but we must constitute ourselves into a we that inhabits the common home. So we must go beyond an utilitarian approach if you really want to tackle climate change. We need a message of hope that speaks of how we can protect both the individual and the planet, and in which the climate challenge is linked to the challenges of peace, fraternity, the protection of biodiversity, and equitable global growth. Rome, with its rich history of transformation and regeneration, wants to be part of this vital mission. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor. Love the example of the Office of Urban Quality. We can get lost in the big ideas, but you know, these mayors have budget collectively of several $100 billion probably when you add it all together. And part of it is making more of that existing budget to transform the city in the ways we want. So I think there's that kind of technocratic talk doesn't play so well in these kind of conferences, but it's really important. So it's, I would love to come back to it. Okay, our final speaker, Michelle Wu from Boston. For those of you not from the US, Mayor Wu is an inspiration, has been doing really innovative stuff around transport, which maybe she'll talk about, but also energy, and we'd love to hear your approach to solving for the climate crisis. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and I am just so honored to be here. Thank you for your remarks and your hospitality, Mayor Gualtieri, and to all of our colleagues here. Buon pomeriggio, if it's still pomeriggio at this point. Eminences, excellencies, mayors and governors, academicians, and members of the diplomatic corps, good afternoon. I am deeply grateful to His Holiness Pope Francis for opening the doors of this sacred space to these essential conversations, and for the inspirational leadership in championing the health of our planet, urging care for our common home, and catalyzing change across the globe. To my friend and council member, Chancellor Marcelo Suarez Orozco, to council member Professor Ram Ramanathan, and all the members and leaders of the Pontifical Academies, thank you for convening this summit and for the honor of joining so many global leaders shaping our future every day. I am blessed to be here as part of Team Boston and Massachusetts, here with our we have a big crowd in the house. Go Celtics. We have our Green New Deal director, Oliver Sellers-Garcia, here. And of course, I could not be more blessed to have a partner at the state level in Governor Maura Healey, our Green governor, and her climate chief, Melissa Hoffer. So my focus today is on energy and governance, and I'm already incredibly energized by all that has happened this week. But I want to start with just a moment on why this is such a deep honor for me. In addition to being mayor of Boston, I'm also a mom of 2 boys. You may have seen them running around earlier today, and my prayer for the morning was that they not break anything in that space, and we made it through, so thank you. And I'm also a daughter of immigrants. And so I grew up as the oldest child to parents who did not speak English for most of my childhood, with a clear sense of not only the invisible barriers that so many communities face, but also how small the world is and how interconnected we all are. I also am here, if you had said to that young immigrant daughter that one day I would get the chance to sit here among you all, it would have been beyond my wildest imagination, and maybe beyond the imagination of others as well. One of the first acts that I had to do in my official capacity as mayor was quite weighty. There was a lot happening with the pandemic and so much that we were working on, but then one of my team members said, you know, there's this little thing that you have to do, because it turned out we were renovating City Hall Plaza outside, and when major renovations happen, you put a time capsule in. And one of the things, in addition to adding mementos for the future, hundreds of years later when it might be opened, the job of the mayor is to write a letter to that mayor who will open it a century or more into the future. And just a couple weeks into the job, that was quite intimidating for me. What should I say 100 years into the future? So I did some research and pulled the 3 time capsules that were found in recent times. There was one from 1830, one from 1930, and one from 1981. And they shared 2 things. First, each of the mayors wrote a letter to their future predecessor sharing their wildest imagination in medical advances, technology, alternative energy sources, flying cars, all that they dreamed might happen. But for all of that bold imagination, the second thing that those letters shared was a very specific constraint in who they thought might be opening that letter one day. The first letter read, "Sir," as a salutation. The second letter read, "Dear Sir." And the third letter read, "Dear Mr. Mayor," in 1981. So for all that they could imagine, they never thought that one day it might be a mom and a woman sitting in that seat opening that letter. Now, I share this to double down on what His Holiness shared earlier today, that to make this real, it must include all of us, and it must include all of us thinking and taking action beyond even our current wildest imagination. Our goal in Boston is to make our city a home for everyone, from every background, every generation, every walk of life. And for me, home is where your basic needs are met, where you're healthy, happy, and safe. But home is where your dreams can grow. Home is where you're with the people that you love. And for me, it has been a treasure to represent the jewel of our home. 40 square miles, sorry for the miles, I don't know the kilometers, with 47 miles of coastline, 13 more than the Amalfi Coast, but who's counting? Our 3 major rivers, the Charles, the Mystic, the Neponset, crisscross our city, and around this time of year, their grassy banks are packed with people enjoying the beautiful weather. Each of our many neighborhoods has its unique character and culture. Jamaican jerk chicken in Nubian Square, pho in Little Saigon, soup dumplings in Chinatown, arancini in the North End, cobblestone streets and cutting-edge labs, old granite churches and glistening glass towers. But where I feel most at home is in the 9 square miles of parks, green spaces, and urban wilds, an essential part of our common home that is only ours today because of careful stewardship and leadership generations ago. Nearly 400 years ago, Boston's townspeople came together and agreed that each household would pay 6 shillings more in taxes to turn private farmland into a public park, the very first public park in America. To be clear, Americans don't often volunteer to pay more taxes. But Boston has always understood the connection between healthy green spaces and the health of our communities. So in an era where nowhere else on the continent were municipal governments thinking about open space as a public good, we established the Boston Common. Now, like many mayors in this room and other leaders, I don't get much free time, but when some precious slice of time opens up, my family and I slip away to Boston's biggest park, Franklin Park. Its historic winding paths and rolling hills and dense forest is a sanctuary of stillness and beauty, and among the very first spaces in America where there was a commitment that parks should be open to everyone from every economic background. It's the place where I'm most reminded that to truly be good stewards of our home, we must recognize the earth not only as our one and only home, but as God's creation, and therefore treat it as sacred, with the care and reverence it deserves. So it is from this intersection of personal connection, faith, and faith in our future, and Boston's proud tradition of innovating public goods for healthier communities that shapes our approach to tackling the challenge of climate change. Just as Boston led the way in the United States around public parks as public infrastructure for health, today that next frontier is around clean energy as necessary infrastructure. And we've been taking action to align our financial incentives with our values. The very first bill I signed as mayor was an ordinance requiring Boston to fully divest from fossil fuels by the end of 2025. But as I was proud to write in a shared op-ed with Mayor Khan, head of the UN Climate Summit last fall, we also need to be actively not just divesting, but investing in our future. And that's why since 2021, our city has invested $400 million in environmental, social, and governance, or ESG funds. And in the next several months, the city will, for the first time ever, invest money from our trust fund into an ESG portfolio through a sustainable investments manager co-founded by former US Vice President and longtime climate leader Al Gore. Of course, as a local government determined to build clean energy infrastructure in support of healthier communities, the most intuitive levers for us to pull are legislative. And that's why last year I signed an executive order eliminating fossil fuels in all new municipal construction and renovations. Now in Boston, buildings account for 70% plus of our total emissions citywide. When in this eternal city, I feel I have to speak a little more softly about how old and historic Boston's buildings are. But whether you're counting the structures in millennia or in centuries, the scale of retrofitting that needs to be done is vast. If we are serious about dramatically reducing our carbon footprint, focusing on the building sector is targeting the soul of the shoe. So, not only did the city several years ago adopt a landmark legislation that applied to set standards for the largest buildings to come into compliance and reporting, but more recently, we upped those standards even more with transformative amendments to ensure that this benchmarking tool would actually reduce emissions and take action. The new Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance explicitly shifts our goals and expands building eligibility. Today, the buildings that meet those criteria account for just 5% of the total buildings, but more than 40% of total emissions. And more than any other tool, this stands to make an impact on helping us meet our net zero emissions goal. It also creates opportunities for us to invest in social determinants for health. As building owners strive to meet their emissions targets, they'll need skilled workers capable of monitoring, maintaining, and updating their energy systems. Last year, we added a new building operations career pathway to our Power Core Green Jobs program that provides young people with a roadmap to livable wages, good benefits, and emerging green jobs. I joined our most recent Power Core graduates at their commencement in December, where I spoke with a young man named Slater. Slater came to the US from Haiti when he was just 7 years old. His family eventually settled down just outside of Boston, but things were rocky at home. He and his stepmom didn't get along, and when he turned 18, he left and began living on the streets. Then he heard about the Power Core program, applied, and found his groove in the building operations track. Today, Slater is a full-time maintenance engineer, optimizing temperature, electricity, and airflow in a big, beautiful building downtown. Our planet, our downtown, and young people like Slater are healthier because we are determined to share every benefit clean energy brings across all our communities. And while large commercial buildings offer the greatest opportunities for us to cut overall emissions and create new jobs, we're making it easier to decarbonize residential buildings as well. We've launched 2 green energy retrofit pilot programs that offer owners of small multifamily homes, much of our housing stock, as well as affordable housing units, funding to electrify their buildings. So far, the estimated energy savings for the products we're funding range from 43% to 72% cost savings, and similar reductions in operational emissions. And at least one of the projects will add rooftop solar panels, taking a cue from Boston's Archdiocese, which several years ago installed a solar field in its parking lot capable of generating a megawatt of electricity. We've also recognized for many of our residents, there's a perception that going green isn't for everyone, that it's a luxury reserved for a certain class who can afford to pay a lot more to minimize their impact. But alongside colleagues, environmental groups, and organizing from the ground up, Boston passed our Community Choice Electricity Program, BCCE, a municipal energy aggregation program that leverages the city's collective buying power to purchase cleaner, locally sourced electricity in bulk. We then provide that power to residents and businesses in the form of 3 different packages, including 100% renewable energy, all at a lower cost than the utility-provided alternative. Since launching in 2021, we've saved customers more than $160 million on electricity bills, all while accelerating our climate goals. One of those customers is a man named Louis. Louis has lived in Boston for 54 years and retired on disability a while back, now living off of less than $27,000 a year. His electricity rates were unpredictable, and some months he was paying as much as $300. But since switching to our municipal aggregation program, his bills have gone down by more than half. That's money in his pocket for medical expenses, groceries, housing, toys for his 4 grandkids. And it's not just Louis. Today, more than 70% of all residential, commercial, and industrial electricity contracts in Boston are enrolled in this aggregation, protecting our planet and improving residents' financial health in ways that enable more investments in mental and physical health. And while we know that planetary health and personal wealth are deeply connected to individual physical health, I want to be clear that we see every day the direct and immediate impact that our energy infrastructure has on residents' well-being. Asthma rates among Boston's public housing residents are more than double that of homeowners. And we know that gas stoves are responsible for more than 15% of all childhood asthma cases in Massachusetts. Thanks to $1 million in federal funding and partnership with the state, we've received enough funding to be able to replace gas stoves with electric ones across some of our largest public housing developments, one of which will also be the site of Boston's first ever networked geothermal pilot project. So, we've aligned our financial incentives with our climate goals, taken legislative action to decarbonize our building sector, and created good green jobs along the way. We're making it easier for homeowners to electrify their buildings, replacing gas stoves that cause respiratory illness, and helping residents and businesses go green and save money. But I want to close with a reflection on a different kind of energy. This winter was the first winter I didn't buy my boys new snow boots. They're 6 and 9, and they grow so fast that every year their feet are way too big for the last year. And they didn't grow any slower this year. But we were projected to have such milder winters, to get so little snow now in Boston over the winters, that it didn't make sense financially to buy them 2 new pairs of boots to wear once before they would outgrow them. So they had to crunch their toes up and play outside like that. The year my oldest son was born was the hottest in Boston's history and in the world. He's almost 10 now, and in the past 10 years, they have each been the hottest 10 on record. So the energy I'm talking about now is the energy of a mother who doesn't want to have had her last snow day ever with her kids. It's the energy of a mom who wants her kids to know how beautiful the Charles is, frozen over on a clear December night. Energy isn't just something we extract from the earth, from fossils and fission and the sun and the breeze. It's something we have inside all of ourselves. It gets us out of bed every morning, sustains us in the work to make the world a better place for the people we love. And it's that energy that will power the future we need. Thank you for the opportunity to share Boston's story with all of you. May God grant us the energy to do this work well.
I will just say on behalf of Gina McCarthy, my co-chair, thank you to all the mayors for that incredible session. And I'll turn it over, I think, to Marcelo. Or
Well, Ram at the beginning of the summit challenged us to both a sprint and a marathon. I think we've run the marathon, and I think all of you are exhausted. Just a few reflections. It was the president of the Pontifical Academy of Science, Professor von Braun, who reminded us that this year we're all Kantian. So he challenged us to the 3 Kantian questions. What can we learn? What should we do? And what can we hope for? I think, Professor Braun, if we were to take the quiz now, we will pass with flying colors. We are in the Eternal City, and before I turn it to my colleague to invite 3 of our leaders, I like to quote one of the great Italian pedagogistas, the great Loris Malaguzzi, who once asked us to develop a nostalgia for the future. A place where we imagine and we engineer where we're going to meet our children and our grandchildren. A nostalgia for the future, I think, is the call and the homework we all have to do now and moving forward. To the mayors and to the governors and to the climate chiefs and to all our participants, you have also passed the other test. We're all now in Rome speaking the language of Dante Alighieri. And it was Dante who reminded us, if I can use a climate metaphor, it was Dante who reminded us that the hottest place in hell is reserved for those who in a time of moral crisis remain neutral. You, all of you, have passed the Kantian test, and maybe more importantly, Dante's eternal test. Thank you for helping us develop the nostalgia for the future that we will need to meet the mayor's children and my granddaughter, Madam Mayor, who will be born in Dutchess City, 2 weeks from today. I now turn it over to my guru, Ram Ramanathan.
I'm not going to try to match that eloquence. So just imagine the day today. It started with the Holy Father with these inspiring words. And I want to read one sentence which caught my attention. He says, I commend the two academies for their leadership in this effort and for their work in producing a universal protocol of resilience. I love that word universal instead of what we had as planetary protocol. And then the day followed with, I think, some of the most brilliant talks in the last 3 hours by our mayors, governors. And I told you yesterday, this is my 50th year plus 3 months of working in the climate field. And I'm very discouraged mood. But today was the most inspiring and just, enhanced what you can think of what we can do. So I'm going from this meeting really charged, really super positive in a long time. Thank you, mayors and governors. We are infinitely grateful to you. I also want to mention the leadership of the two academies, Chancellor Cardinal Turkson, President of the Social Sciences, Sister Helen Alford. This is the first time I got a chance to meet with her. We have shared some fun, laughing moments between each of us. And our President of the Academy, Joachim von Braun. And I was elected to the Academy about 20 years ago. I've been to your many meetings, every meeting. I marvel at the fact a religious institution nurtures such a scientific discussion. We discuss all topics under the earth. So I want to express my deep gratitude on the two academies. And I think you heard enough today. So we're going to cut this meeting quite short. So that's a good news I want to give you. And we will finish at 7, if not before. The thing we're going to address, we're going to skip the details, what was put there, but address the charge which was given to us by Joachim von Braun, the president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. He said, we have said in the protocol what to do. We need to talk about how to do it, how to achieve what we have mentioned. And this gives, 30 minutes. What I would like to suggest to bring end the meeting in time is, I want to hear about somewhere between 3 to 4 ideas of how do we implement this. But what Chancellor Marcello and I would like to request you is send the ideas to us, okay? Email it to us, okay? And Chancellor Marcello and I will share just for a few minutes what we are thinking, and we are going to call on Governor Otisilo and Wade Crawford to come here, join us. Governor Healy, she's going to be the first speaker. So yeah, all 3 of us, them have to join us. I want to, just for the record, I want to mention my partner and good friend, and also kind of my boss, Chancellor Marcello. should get the lion's share of the credit for this meeting. I was just deputy. I mean it, and his just brilliant ideas. The only thing is, I get texts from him midnight and early morning, 3 o'clock.
Look at your email.
And his reach idea, it was just such a pleasure to work with Chancellor Marcello. So in terms of the implementation, how do we implement this? We have some ideas we're going to share with, starting with Governor Healy, myself, and Wade Crawford from California, and then Governor Artishillo about what he's planning. I talked to him, it's just amazing set of stuff he has in mind. And then we will, I'm going to give the thing to Chancellor Marcello. He will close the session, share his remarks and close the session. So, do we have any show of hands to suggest on this? How do we implement this? I want to hear about 3 or 4 ideas, and then the rest you can send it by email. Yes, please. Vittorio, Professor Hosler.
Yeah, thank you so much. I also am very, very inspired by this day.
Vittorio, sit down and then lift your armrest. There is a microphone. So my question, I'm very filled with optimism and with hope. The question that came to my mind during the wonderful words of Mayor Michelle Wu, when at the end she spoke about her sadness that the ice on the Charles River is missing. In the philosophy of environmental ethics, there are 2 approaches that are in fact not mutually exclusive. The one says we have to do this because of a sense of fairness toward poorer people in our countries and toward future generations. And there is another current that says, well, fairness is important, but let's not forget that humanity was always characterized by a deep awe of the beauty of nature. And that the regaining of this sense of the beauty of nature is a very, very important factor if we want to succeed in convincing people to renounce stupid consumption, which doesn't make us happy at all, but only increase the damage on nature. And I want to mention one application of a famous ancient myth by Binswanger, who was one of the best European environmental economists. He wrote once an excellent essay in Ovid, The Metamorphosis. There's a story about Erysichthon. And Erysichthon is a man who cuts down a wonderful oak which is dedicated to the goddess Diana. And she curses him. And with what does she curse him? With eternal hunger. Because he was not able to respect the beauty of nature, and at the end he has to get more and more animals slaughtered to eat more and more. He prostitutes his own daughter, and at the end he devours himself. It's a horrific story. But Binswanger said, this is an allegory of what can happen of a humanity that has lost any capacity of awe for the beauty of nature.
Each of you just give your name quickly, and then please.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Ram.
Sorry.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Ram. I think we all feel what you feel about that energy. Some ideas about implementation. One, I think governors and mayors, they share some common issues. So maybe it will be good just to go through these common issues and continue the dialogue, and maybe an alliance can come from governors and mayors from here on things that they share, challenges that they share, solutions that they share. And the second one, is the sprint. I mean, we need to run the sprint, so we need to cut methane, and that's a jurisdiction of governors and mayors. So maybe a sectorial approach can be also a way to think the implementation, to join forces on some specific issues. Thank you.
I want to say that this very nice protocol signed by the Pope and by these other mayors and governors, maybe you can ask to sign also for ecumenic religious leaders, because there are many here, the mayor of London, a small thing. So it's very important because, as you know, religion is very important also to defend climate. As nature in the end, because the nature was created by God. So thank you.
Chancellor Sorando, I just want to have a correction to what you said. You said religion is very important. I will say religion is extremely important.
I just wanted to say I'm honored, very happy to be here and energized too. I just wanted to add, in the name of the kids who are here today, I am thrilled to hear everything all the mayors and governors said about having greener cities. I would add a suggestion that every time we think about greening the cities, also thinking about greening the cities for the kids. Can the kids fall in love with the river without touching the water, without going inside like we did, our generation could do it? Can the kids go, you have the bike lanes, can they also go by themselves through the bike lanes? Can they go walking to schools? Do they feel threatened or not? Are they safe? Are we thinking about the cities for the children too? This is my question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to lift up a couple of the terrific points that came from folks in our roundtable discussion. And the first of those was the experience of the Deputy Environment Minister, Dr. Wen Chen, in Taiwan. And one of the things that they are doing at the national level is they are assessing the different types, or they have assessed the different types of impacts that are going to be occurring in different regions throughout Taiwan. And then they engage in a public education process so that the local governments in those regions know what particular types of extreme weather events to anticipate and how to prepare for them. The second was an example that came from Sunita Naran, who is the director of the Center for Science and Environment in New Delhi. And she talked about a program that they have in rural areas in India where there is essentially a right to work a certain amount of hours and get paid for those. And that's usually work for infrastructure projects, for example, dams. And she thought that this could be a very good model for providing good income to folks and also getting them working on large-scale resilience projects. In addition, there was a discussion of the need to better use insurance price signals as appropriate in wealthier countries to encourage retreat from high-risk areas and to not further develop in certain areas. The group also shared the sense that there's an urgent need to learn how to be more nimble and flexible, since the type and the nature of climate-driven weather extremes will change quickly. It's not likely going to plateau at a particular area, at least in our lifetimes. And the sense to really do public education around the fact that a feature of the climate crisis is the absence of stability that we have experienced in the past. And lastly, for Massachusetts, I shared that the governor has proposed a disaster response fund in her budget this year, since we lack a source of stable funding to help municipalities, for example, recover from non-federally declared emergencies. And a condition that we're anticipating for allocation of those funds would be a requirement to build resiliently when folks build back. So that would be in conformance, for example, with resilient building standards. So those are some of the ideas that came from our discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to have Dr. Maria Nira from the World Health Organization, and then you. Then I have to move the session to what we had.
Thank you so much, and it has been really a day of incredible, not only human energy as described by the mayor of Boston, but I will add human, positive, and healthy energy. Yeah. And this reminds me my point and my idea, health, of course. I've been listening to all the interventions and the activities and all the work you are doing, and there is something that connects all of those interventions around the world, from London to Paris to London to Valencia, which is the effect, the positive effect that you are having on human health. And probably we are not connecting enough and giving that very positive and healthy argument to our citizens. So my idea is that, as you know, last year we have, for the first time ever at COP28, a health day. We fought a lot for that, but we made it. Mm-hmm. And this year we are probably having something similar. My suggestion is keep this connection and reach the COP29 and prepare a special moment at the Health Day to present the health benefits of all of these interventions that are politically not easy for many of you. You are so much engaged. You are going in different directions, different entry doors, but all of them are resulting on health benefits. And that's maybe connection with something that yesterday was very much requested, this holistic approach to deal with climate change and pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention to you, Dr. Maria Nira has been working for close to 15 years at WHO on the climate and health connection. But you got yourself into trouble. I'm going to come to you to make it happen for us. Please. Yeah, nice.
Thank you. My name is Antonio Benjamin. I am a justice at the National High Court of Brazil. I would like to congratulate all the speakers, the mayors. Unfortunately, I missed half of the meeting. I was able to arrive only this afternoon, but it was already extraordinary. And the suggestion I would like to make is we heard so many important examples of things that are happening, not just ideas that are planned for the future. We all know that mayors are elected for terms. There are exceptions, but we don't want to follow those exceptions. We like elections.
Yeah.
And when we see mayors with wonderful ideas, not utopians, can be idealistic, it was mentioned by one of the mayors here today. We want those ideas to endure. And we want them to be difficult, to backslide. We want them to be there, and whomever wants to change them to be embarrassed, because it will not be an idea anymore, but it's something that is already there. And we know that in climate change, as in the biodiversity crisis or pollution control, one mayor cannot solve, even in 3 terms, the problems that we are facing. So we need those ideas to be durable. So here my suggestion. Don't forget, please, to include in your text the necessity of having good laws. Because if laws are the way to translate those good ideas and to give sustainability to the future. But good laws alone are not enough. We need good implementation. So those two things have to come together. And by good implementation, it's not just mayors acting, it's not just public servants or even judges acting, is to give access to justice to everyone, and especially to the most vulnerable. So that's my suggestion.
Justice Benjamin, thank you so much. We would like to have your signature in our protocol, because that idea has not come up so far. It's a new one. I was going to close it, but a fellow academician wanted to comment, and I'll get into trouble if I don't let him make that comment. So, Professor Virgilio Viana from Brazil.
Well, I think I'd just like to echo everyone else's feeling of optimism after listening to so many wonderful testimonies. What comes to my mind is how can we transform what we have heard today into a wave that contaminates all mayors around the world, all governors. So I think we are a group of very privileged individuals who have been able to go through this injection of optimism, which was the session today. So what comes to my mind is that maybe we could have somebody in the room that could take on board the following challenge. Should we make a film or a series of small films that documents what the governor of California has shared with us, what the governor of Massachusetts, the mayor of Boston, in a way that this encourages people to move in this direction, because you're all successful politicians. You've been elected, re-elected, and so on. So there is an interesting say that words emocionam, né? E o exemplo arrasta. The words give us emotion, but the example pulls us. I think we have wonderful examples, and I think we should find a way of transforming these examples in an inspiring communication strategy to other mayors and governors. Thank you.
Brilliant suggestion, Virgilio. So it turns out one more academician want to comment, if you'll forgive me. This will be the last.
Justin Farrell from Yale University in the United States. My suggestion is just a brief one, and I don't mean to rain on our parade here, our parade of optimism, but one thing that's come up throughout the day and yesterday are the forces against these changes that need to be made. And I would say that we, with a clear-eyed view, work together and team up to challenge these forces and their assault on truth and their assault on science and their assault on, I would say, our moral framework, really. So I would suggest that that be included as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I know there were many hands I couldn't respect, but kindly send it to us. Send your suggestions, and we'll follow up on it. And so let's move on. So we want to share some of the ideas we have on how to implement this. In fact, the idea was germinated when I was Chancellor Marcello organized a dinner in which Governor Healy and Mayor Wu were there. And there was the suggestion, hosted by the Stones who are here, Kathy Stone and Jim Stone. She proposed something, so that's why we put her first on the list. And I sort of copied her ideas, so I'm going to tell you what we're doing in California. Please.
Thank you, Ram. Thank you so much. And thank you, Marcelo, who really he's an indomitable force. And really, thank you for bringing us all on this journey. The idea is, I don't know if it's a good idea. I think it's a necessary thing that we do, and that is to take what we've done here and take it local. So when we return to our jurisdictions, we suggest organizing similar convenings, similar summits as the way forward, and to talk about the how and actual action steps to make it happen. So I know that in Massachusetts, Mayor Wu, myself, our chief, and Ram and Marcelo will organize and will host a convening. And we'll do that soon, but with enough time to be thoughtful about it. I think imperative in that gathering, and it goes to the point that you just raised, sir, is that we're up against two major forces right now. One is disinformation and a continued assault on the truth. It is important that we have as many people in the room as possible who can help debunk that. The role that Pope Francis has played in this convening, and thank you to President Sister Alford, to Cardinal Turkson, to President Braun, it says so much. There is no person, no being who is able to convene globally and issue a call to action like His Holiness. And similarly, I think in returning to Massachusetts and to the United States, it is so important to have faith leaders in that room at that convening. It's important to have our university leaders at that convening. We need to fight disinformation with truth and sunlight. The second thing we need to fight is the power of profit and greed. When I was Attorney General, I sued ExxonMobil. The complaint was filed by Melissa Hoffer, and it laid bare then 40 years of lies and disinformation. We live to see the day. They've gone through many CEOs, but our case lives on in the courts, and we will prevail. But it's just to say through that experience and lens, the assault that we were all under from these oil companies, these fossil fuel companies who knew no limit to what they could spend on buying up op-ed pages in papers around the world and buying up experts and lobbyists. So we need to bring our own power to those convenings. So in addition to faith leaders and the academy, we need our hospitals who can talk about the price of health and what we've done to our climate. We need our business people, some of whom are here today, Tim Sweeney from Liberty Mutual Insurance, who are help quantifying risk as we speak. Those who manage our pension funds, banks. We just did a convening with major global leaders, CEOs headquartered in Boston recently on this issue. So I suggest we have this convening when we go back to our jurisdictions. We convene a range of stakeholders to build the power, to build the strength for the purpose of ensuring action and action now. I believe that everything is local and we all act from what is around us and let that ripple as we go forward. I don't know what the next year brings for the United States of America. I do know that Massachusetts, joined, as you saw, by our sister states of New York and California, will remain in devoted partnership with all of you to what His Holiness laid out as a charge earlier to us today, and to what you, Ram and Marcelo, have made possible and brought to light. So that is our one idea from this wonderful, wonderful, inspiring week.
Thank you so much, Governor Healy. I want to add, I talked with Governor Hochul about this, but I forgot to tell her it was your idea.
But Ram, it was a great poet from Boston who said, bad poets borrow, good poets steal. T.S. Eliot.
In this case, I want to be a bad poet. And Governor Hochul was very interested. So there must be a wave starting. And
it is important, and I would never do this to you, but I'm doing this to you only to make this point. When we go back to our jurisdictions, the charge will be, for me in America, convene with other governors.
Yes.
The mayor will convene with other mayors and build that unison and unity, and also in doing so, give hope and agency to people in our communities, actors in our communities. And I think that's what I wanted to just add to that, and why somebody like Governor Hochul will gladly take up the torch here.
I also, to use Marcelo's words, borrowed some ideas from Governor Otichilo from the Kenyan province. So he's going to share what he's planning. Could you kindly do that? Yeah.
Thank you. First, I want to say this has been a wonderful day. I've never had such a wonderful day like today. And I want to say, I wish you had many more wonderful days like today. The speech by the Holy Father, the Pope, was inspiring and was spot on, up to the point. The speech covered everything we discussed yesterday and all the concerns we have raised, and particularly the people from the global south who feel we have been aggrieved and we need support, we need partnership to work, to move forward. I think his speech covered everything, and he was very categorical that the G20 or the global north must be merciful enough to work with the global south and ensure that we are brought to the same, because we are suffering from mistakes which are not ours, but the brunt is too huge for us. And the issue of climate financing, I think, in his statement came out very well, that indeed we must have a new architecture of climate financing so that those who have been affected most should be in one way or so supported to come and move and join the rest. And the issue of ecological debt, I think, came out very clear in that statement. And being an ecologist myself, I was very inspired. So I would say that statement should form a basis for this summit, for this meeting, should form a basis and should be circulated globally so that the rest should know that what we have conversed here is what the rest of the world would want. I would also want to re-observe that the mayors who have talked here, they have been very inspiring, and they have been up to the point, they have been honest, and sometimes I was wondering, is it true that what they are saying is correct? I listened to the governor for California. I didn't believe initially, but when I looked at his body language, I said, he's saying the truth. I listened to the mayor of New York, and I couldn't believe. So what I'm saying is, there is a new beginning. This is bringing a new beginning on how we should move forward to fight this pandemic, climate change. Back at home in Kenya, I'm happy. I'm the chair of climate change and environment in the Council of Governors of 47 counties. We have already put in place most the legal and policy framework. What we need now is to move forward. I have learned quite a lot of information and things that are happening everywhere. So we need to come together the way my colleague has said and start preaching this gospel to the rest of us and move forward. So I would be convening my fellow governors, and I'm the chair, to be able to bring this good information from here and tell them how to move. Equally, our president is the chair of climate change for African presidents. I'll also be bringing this to him so that he can be able to push this at the continental level. But otherwise, I want to say this has been a wonderful day and a wonderful meeting and wonderful presentation, honest presentations that I've never had before.
The excitement of this meeting is not going to end. It's going from one amazing feat after the other. Thank you, Governor. That's exactly what we were hoping would happen from this. So now I want to move on to what we are planning in California. And I have my good colleague from the government of California, Wade Crawford, who's going to add to what I say. What we have done is convened a transdisciplinary group of experts from the government, California government, academics, many universities are joining this, and city council members and mayors. So we're going to have this summit. It's a 2-year program, we are thinking. This year in September, we're going to hold a summit. And what we want to accomplish, California is about 54 counties. Did I get that 52. Right? 52. We'll be inviting about 20 or 25 to the summit. And the following year, by end of 2025, we would develop a city and county by county blueprint of resilience, because everything is local. You know, what we need in San Diego is totally different from what Sacramento, the capital of California, would want. I want to first mention the summit would be led by Professor Tina Christie. She's a Dean of Education at UCLA. Tina, do you want to take a minute to say something? And sorry to surprise you. I think there's a microphone.
Did you read the LA Times article, Ram?
No. I was busy in the meeting.
Governor Newsom is going to be hosting the summit for us.
Oh.
That's good. That's success.
It's very exciting. So Ram and I have been working together, as he said, to organize a summit in Los Angeles. It will be held at UCLA. And we're thinking very strategically about, of those 52 counties, who we will invite to participate in the summit. And while it won't mimic what was done over the course of these 3 days, we certainly are thinking about using a similar kind of format where we have some introduction by some researchers, academicians, that would really lay out for us the mitigation, adaptation, and social transformation. And then we would engage in conversations that are really about how do we do this in our county. And think about it this way, Los Angeles has 88 cities. So we're talking about local at a county level, but then we're talking about hyper-local at a city level, depending on where you are in the state of California. So, so that conversation is going to be critical to understanding how in each section of the state, and we're choosing counties that have been highly impacted. So for example, Butte County, which is where Paradise is. But then if you look down the coastline from Santa Barbara to San Diego, we're losing our Amtrak train because of coastal erosion. So how do we include those cities as well? So we're very excited, and of course, Ram's a great partner.
Thank you so much, Atina. So now you'll save the best of California to the last. So Wade Crawford would share the ideas from the California government's viewpoint of this summit.
Yeah, I would just draw together maybe 5 points I've heard over the last couple of days to reinforce what our governors have just shared. The first, Marcelo and Ram, is that your decision to bring the world's best scientists and the moral authority, convened by His Holiness, together with subnational leaders, governors and mayors, I think has been validated by what we heard today. I think I speak for everybody when I say how energized I am to hear from the governors and the mayors in terms of what's happening. At the same time, we heard yesterday 2 really disturbing trends. One is, of course, the scientific trend of the acceleration of climate change and its impacts. And then second is this, growing movement against the action we know we need to take. So that brings us to, what we do to move forward. And I'm so thankful that Governor Odocello last night challenged us to not have this be one more convening that was just talk and no follow-up. So I am so energized by both governors who sit in front of us and the actions you're taking. And I think it can be a real model. Lastly, the point I would draw is Cardinal Turkson's opening comments, in which he referenced research that demonstrates the critical importance of networks towards resilience. And so to me, I think the most important thing leaving here in terms of thinking it as a framework is building our network. And it was Governor Orrego from Santiago who talked about the international network that we need to strengthen to push back against these forces that would slow us down or stop us, to support each other's efforts, to share our best ideas, but then the networks in our own regions. And I think that's what we're trying to do in California, and to learn from the idea that Governor Healy had, is how do we strengthen our network in our own state, in our own region, not only to build political will, but to help each other move further and faster. So I'm really excited that we're holding this in California. I hope that some of us can actually travel to Massachusetts, maybe to Kenya, to actually learn from what's happening here. And I know that we have friends and leaders from across the world that I hope will identify their other regional summits and then somehow link those together. And then lastly, I think I'm in awe of the 2 gentlemen to my left. You all have put together a remarkable convening. That will, of course, we have one more full day tomorrow, and you do it with such earnestness and elan, panache, that I think we all not only find this to be such an impactful time, but we're having so much fun together. So thank you very much.
Just one last thing I'd like to add, and then our eloquent chancellor and my partner would close the meeting. What we are trying to do, one more, that's why I talked to Governor Hochul. I have my colleague Ben Holton from Cornell University. Ben, are you listening? I'm talking about you.
They're already planning for their summit.
Yeah. Professor Ben Holton is dean of one of the biggest colleges I know of, at Cornell. He and Governor Hochul would be planning something similar in New York. The idea then is that we'll follow this all this year, a sort of a California, New York, Massachusetts gateway or highway of climate actions so that we could partner and work together. Thank you. Chancellor, I give the podium to you.
So the highway will be Massachusetts, New York, California. Just to make clear. We're going to bike. We're going to bike. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the brilliance of the scholarly interventions. Thank you for the moral clarity with which our mayors and our governors have spoken truth. Thank you to the church. Thank you to our Chancellor, Chancellor Turkson, for his immense patience and wisdom in seeing us come together for these 3 beautiful days. The best is yet to come. Tomorrow we have an extraordinary day of very, very important presentations. So sleep well, and tomorrow morning fasten your seatbelts. I know I'm not supposed to use that metaphor for a wonderful, wonderful final day. I also want to say that the grandfather of this encounter is the Bishop Marcelo Sanchez Sorondo. Marcelo first brought us together many, many years ago, and here we are. Some of the fruits of that beautiful tree you planted. Muchas gracias, Marcelo, por todo. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Grazie alla regia, grazie a voi sopra lì, grazie.